Ja, det är femte. Är du med? Ja. God morgon allihopa och välkomna till Introduce Investor Days dag 2. Mitt namn är Jesper Kensen och jag arbetar som aktieanalytiker här på ABG där jag följer bolag som Litium. Och med oss idag så har vi vd för Litium, Peder Holmberg, som ska berätta om Litium och den spännande resan framgent.
Ja. Tack så mycket. Precis, tillförordnad vd på Litium just nu, även kommersiellt ansvarig på bolaget. Jag tänkte börja lite grann med lite hastig bakgrund om branschen i sig. Handel, oavsett ifall vi pratar om B2B eller B2C, genomgår en ganska omfattande digital transformation och jag tror att de flesta är ganska medvetna om. Däremot så är det att de flesta bolag är medvetna om det, men det är inte alla som förstår konsekvenserna av det. Och mognadsgraden och insikterna i det här är ganska olika mellan olika branscher och mellan företag också. Det får ganska stora konsekvenser, både hur företag behöver organisera sig, hur man ska kommunicera med marknaden, hur man säljer sina produkter. Och sen förändras konkurrenslandskapet ganska dramatiskt beroende på hur duktiga andra är. Om vi tittar lite grann på e-handeln, och nu säger jag e-handel eftersom det är det som brukar användas för att prata om B2C, digital handel, så ser det ut ungefär så här de senaste åren. Haft en tillväxt på ungefär 15% per år. Och då är det som sagt bara konsumentmarknaden vi pratar om. B2B-delen i det här beräknas vara lika stor och passera konsumenthandeln dessutom. Så att de här siffrorna med 88 miljarder för Sverige, det är alltså konsumenthandeln. Så det är en ganska snabb utveckling som sker och det behövs väldigt rätt verktyg också för att kunna hantera det här organisatoriskt men även hur man kommunicerar åt marknaden. Litium är en plattform för digital handel. Och vi brukar inte använda oss av e-handelsbegreppet, mycket på grund av att det avgränsar lite grann för mycket. Vår spelplan är bra mycket större än så här. Ofta är tillverkande industri, grossister, om vi tittar på B2B-segmentet, känner sig inte själva bekväma alla gånger med just e-handelsbegreppet och jobbar lite grann annorlunda också, även om det rent tekniskt och erbjuda mest från våran sida är egentligen samma typ av verktyg som man jobbar med. Men vi hjälper då digitalt företag att bygga sitt varumärke, att sälja sina produkter och att kommunicera och skapa lojalitet tillsammans med sina kunder. Då. En viktig dimension också när vi pratar om just digital handel är just det här med att det är för alla marknader och att det är för alla kanaler egentligen man jobbar inom. Kanalbegreppet blir viktigare och viktigare eftersom att kunderna finns på många fler ställen idag än vad de fanns tidigare. En liten historielektion i Litium då. Ett bolag som grundades 98 i Småland, Jönköping. Anledningen varför det är liksom viktigt att berätta tycker jag, det är att det här är ganska mycket DNA i bolaget men även hur vi utvecklar vår produkt. Det här var ett bolag som startades av entreprenörer för entreprenörer. Och just i det här landskapet också rent geografiskt så är det där man plockade upp både B2B och B2C väldigt tidigt. Man kliver lite längre fram i historien och egentligen ska man trycka fram ända hit och titta på 2013. Den här perioden var Litium ett bolag som både byggde produkt och som hade konsulterna för att skräddarsy saker för den specifika kunden. Det var en period man lärde sig otroligt mycket liksom i den digitala handelns vagga på något sätt. Och den här kunskapen och affärskompetensen är en del av vårt DNA. Och är otroligt viktigt att ha liksom varit en del i vår framgång också. Både hur vi liksom bygger en produkt som är säljdrivande, vilket är otroligt viktigt för oss. Att vi inte pratar teknik, vi levererar inte teknik utan vi levererar någonting som är säljdrivande verktyg för våra kunder. 2013 splittade vi bolaget. Och det gjorde vi egentligen på grund av skalbarhet. Jag kommer komma tillbaka till det också. Att skalbarheten är A och O i den bransch vi är i. Det finns många aktörer som jobbar som vi gjorde tidigare. Men vad vi gjorde för någonting här, det var det att vi splittade bolaget, sålde av hela konsultdelen och fokuserade på att vara ett renodlat produktbolag. Jag ska förklara lite grann också hur vi då jobbar som ett renodlat produktbolag. Men om vi tittar då lite längre fram så 2016 gjorde vi vår börsintroduktion. Och det är ganska mycket att göra också att vi såg ju hur branschen utvecklades och här behövs det mer kapital in och accelerera våran verksamhet. Vilket har varit helt rätt i vårat fall. Och med den tillväxtkurva som vi har haft och de marknadsandelar som vi tar. 2018 påbörjade vi internationalisering med att kliva in i 2 stycken nordiska grannländer. Och vi fortsätter den här resan också under året med att etablera oss än mer på våra nya marknader. Bygga mer både på den svenska marknaden och börja titta på nya marknader utanför de här. Vi har idag ungefär 250 kunder. Det här är 8 stycken av dem. Och jag vill visa det på det här sättet är egentligen på grund av den bredd som vi står för. Det är B2C-delen är ju det man tänker på väldigt ofta när man tänker på e-handel och digital handel. Vi har bolag som hoppade på Litium som relativt små och har vuxit och blivit branschledande idag. Vilket visar på skalbarheten i produkten i sig. Vi har också en otrolig spännvidd av kunder. Allting från tillverkande industri, grossister till retailers till e-tailers och brands däremellan. Vilket också jag tycker visar på styrkan i vårt erbjudande. Det är inte många som jobbar med den här bredden som vi gör utan att behöva förändra produkten nödvändigtvis. Vi har den kunskapen med oss från många år tillbaka. Vi pratar om brands till exempel. Och det här är inte för att vi ska ta åt oss äran över det här. Men vi jobbar ju väldigt mycket med att hjälpa kunderna att kunna kommunicera med sina kunder och med marknaden. Det handlar ganska mycket om att ge dem de verktygen för att de själva ska kunna lägga den tid och kraft på det vad som är deras kärnaffär. Och det här är lite grann resultaten. 2017 då som kommuniceras 2018 så var en kund Casall vann svenska designpriset. Och även då i år så kommuniceras då för 2018 ännu en av våra kunder som vinner det här. Och det visar lite grann på att man har den möjligheten och kraften att kunna bygga väldigt fina varumärken digitalt om man slipper fastna i teknik. Så det är en sida av myntet och det är just det här att hjälpa företag att bygga sitt varumärke. Här är en av våra andra stora kunder. Jollron klev på Litium. Lämnade då en annan plattform som man kört fast i. Var relativt i hända och små med 82 miljoner i omsättning. Sen har deras tillväxtresa varit helt fenomenal. Och det är egentligen inte bara i säljet med liksom sin omsättning där de är uppe på 1,5 miljarder idag. Utan det är även så att säga att de kliver in på nya marknader utan att behöva byta teknik på något sätt. Utan man fortsätter expandera geografiskt men även produktmässigt. Där man gått från 10 000 artiklar till 100 000 artiklar i samma lösning. Så skalbarheten för våra kunder finns där. Jollron är ju ledande i sin bransch idag och jag kan säga att de är topp 10 i Norden av alla e-handlare också. Så det är en väldigt bra kund att ha som i stallet dessutom. Vi lär oss ju väldigt mycket av såna här typer av bolag. De lär sig av oss och det är så vi liksom utvecklas. Vår position på marknaden ligger i medelstora och stora företag. Och här är vi otroligt väl positionerade. Det finns liksom ett getingbo om man tittar på leverantörer inom smålsegmentet. Både nationellt men även internationellt. Om man tittar på det här större globala enterprise-segmentet så finns det väldigt få kunder, men flera större aktörer också. Så det är en väldigt fin position vi har i det här, och vi ser ju på flera, både av de marknader som vi klivit in på men även de som vi tittar på, att vi har en tydlig plats i vårt erbjudande. Vårt produkterbjudande. Det som vi ser i mitten här är ju det som är kärnan. Om man tittar på CMS, alltså Content Management System, så är det liksom hur presenterar du egentligen din produkt? Hur bygger du varumärket ut emot? Det är en tredjedel i vårt kärnerbjudande kan man säga. PIMet handlar om Product Information Management, det vill säga hur hanterar du dina produkter? Hur berikar du dina produkter och hur får du ut dem? Hur gör du dem säljbara egentligen? De flesta bolag idag behöver ett PIM för att kunna vara effektiva i sin verksamhet. Vi har ett integrerat sånt här, vilket är också ett vinnande koncept för oss. Sen har vi givetvis commerce-motorn i det här. Hur jobbar med kampanjer? Alltså just transaktionsdelen i det här är otroligt viktig också. För att kunna då skala, som exempelvis Doro men många andra också har gjort. Den här kunskapen som jag pratade om tidigare, den paketerar vi också i vad vi kallar en accelerator. Det gör att kunder inte behöver börja från ett vitt papper, utan man startar upp egentligen med ett helt ramverk med best practices som har byggts upp från andra e-handlare som vi har i vårt stall. Och där man kan liksom komma upp på banan mycket snabbare, det blir billigare och mer effektivt på det här sättet. Sen är det också de här lila tårtbitarna runt omkring, det är vad vi kallar för Litium Connect. Och det är egentligen bara statera liksom just det här med att vi är inte den enda spelaren. Det är ingen spelare när man pratar om den digitala teknikstacken som företag har. Utan vi är en pusselbit i det här. Men då gäller det också att man kan kommunicera mellan de här systemen på ett bra sätt. Och det som brukar en del av det man brukar prata om vad gäller Unified Commerce eller Omnichannel. Allting från att man har oftast affärssystem som behöver lira väldigt bra real time. Hur får vi ut produkterna genom olika typer av kanaler, oavsett ifall vi pratar om den fysiska butiken som de har, den digitala, är det appar, är det marknadsplatser och så vidare. Så måste du kunna styra dina produkter, ditt erbjudande i alla de här för att nå dina kunder där dina kunder är. Sen finns det givetvis väldigt mycket annat i det här också, som personalisering som kommer starkt, både med ML och AI. Hur hanterar du dina kunder i form av lojalitet? Betaldelen är ju en affärskritisk del också. Och det här är vad vi brukar kalla för vårt ekosystem då, där vi har kopplingar egentligen mot de flesta av de bästa aktörerna på marknaden. Och vi har samarbetsavtal med de flesta av de här också. Vi har en skalbar modell. 2013 var det ett renodlat produktbolag. Det här gör ju också då att varför gjorde vi på det sättet? Ja, därför att om du har allting in-house så skapar du en flaskhals i dig själv. Du kan inte ta in tillräckligt många kunder. Du kan inte leverera tillräckligt snabbt. Så med att vara ett renodlat produktbolag, men med ett stort nätverk av solution partners, lösningspartners som är konsultbyråer där ute, som bygger på Litium den skräddarsydda lösningen för våra kunder. Vi har idag dryga 30 stycken i Norden, vilket gör att vi kan få en hävstångseffekt i antal kunder som vi kan ta in, och dessutom så gör rätt spelare det man är bäst på. Och våra kunder kan även byta mellan partners om man så önskar. Vi ger vårt stöd till våra partners för att de ska bli så effektiva och duktiga som möjligt. Vi kan kliva in med konsulthjälp ifall så behövs, men det är en väldigt liten del av vår business. Skalbarheten är även i den affärsmodellen som vi har. Och jag kommer att visa en bild på det här efteråt också. Kunder kan växa i vår plattform från att vara relativt i det här mellansegmentet relativt små till att bli miljardbolag. Dessutom så har vi en skalbarhet även i vårt ekosystem då, där vi också har intäkter från den delen. Våra partners, ett antal av dem. För de av er som är inne i branschen känner säkert igen väldigt många av de här logotyperna. Men det här är bolag som jobbar med litium som en del i sitt produkterbjudande. Värt att nämna här kanske är Columbus exempelvis, som var de som tog över vår konsultdel 2013 och har skalat väldigt mycket därifrån på litium. Det finns många andra av de här också som gör ett otroligt bra jobb där ute. Och det är så här också vi går vidare. I andra länder så finns det flera av de här som har verksamhet också. Och då kan vi kliva internationellt tillsammans med våra partners och få ännu mer skalbarhet därigenom. Affärsmodell och prisstruktur. Vi har 3 stycken affärsparametrar. Alla är inriktade på det som är säljdrivet. Det är antal produkter, så man kan växa på det sättet. Antal ordrar och antal besök. De här delarna paketerar vi in egentligen i 4 olika paket för att göra det lite mer intuitivt för kunderna. Så man kan börja på en small och sen växer man uppåt, och då växer man med deras affär. Och på så sätt så växer vi också på befintlig kundstock. Det är inga licenser i det här, utan det är månadsavgifter. Så vi är inne i abonnemangsstrukturen, vilket är ju väldigt lönsamt och väldigt bra. Säkrar upp väldigt mycket på det sättet. Och bara för att visa på det här också, att 98% är återkommande intäkter. Och den här lilla delen ovanpå, det handlar om att vi utbildar ju givetvis våra partners, våra kunder, vilket är en liten intäktsström. Och dessutom så kliver vi in och är expertkonsulthjälp till våra partners när så behövs. Som vi också debiterar för. Så den kommer att ligga kvar, men det är den här 98% som ska växa. Och det är den som växer snabbast. Då. Och när vi tittar på det så är då de här återkommande intäkterna, ARR, Annual Recurring Revenue, det är vårt absolut viktigaste nyckeltal. Vi har haft en ganska fin tillväxt. Det här visar från Q4 2016 och framåt. Så vi håller en jämn takt där vi växer ungefär med 40% på årsbasis idag. Vilket är väldigt bra i branschen. Det är väldigt få som har den här tillväxttakten som vi har. År 2018 kommunicerade vi några nyckeldelar. Dels är det just att vi ska växa med 30% per år. 2018 landade vi på 47%, så där slog vi ju våra egna uppsatta mål med råge. Och vi håller den här takten och fortsätter att göra det också under det här året. Vi kommunicerade också att vi skulle ta en footprint för att vara nordiska ledare och dessutom att etablera oss på en marknad utanför Norden till 2021. Det är fortsatt plan. Och när vi pratar om det här också så är det ju det att vi är ju inte inne i en galen burnresa i det här fallet, utan vad vi vill göra det är att bygga värde för våra ägare i form av att när vi ser att vi har den här möjligheten till att växa så snabbt som vi gör, så ska vi också ösa in i det här och fortsätta på den här tillväxtresan. Någonting annat vore helt felaktigt. Men att vi ska kunna ställa om till lönsamhet när vi önskar, och planen är ju i så fall 2021 om våra ägare så vill att vi ska göra det. Lite grann om ägarna. Och här har vi Fastpartner som är vår största ägare idag. Sen finns det ett helt gäng andra ägare, däribland även ledning och medarbetare. Och vi finns ju som sagt på börsen, så det finns ungefär 1200 andra ägare också i bolaget. Det här är en bransch också, om vi tittar på våran egen, men även allting som finns inom digital handel idag, så finns det väldigt många som pratar om konsolidering. Och så ser det ut på marknaden att det finns de typerna av möjligheter. Vi bevakar det här ganska noggrant från våran egen sida också. Finns det realism i att vi ska köpa bolag, så kommer vi kunna göra det. Antingen att det är en annan plattform. Det skulle kunna vara andra typer av tjänster som ger spets i vårat produkterbjudande. Inte helt omöjligt det heller. Kan vara det att vi köper kundstock. Kan vara en del i internationaliseringsplanen och så vidare. Det finns många olika möjligheter för oss egentligen att kunna fortsätta och skala vår affär. Så då håller vi ögonen öppna för. Lite sammanfattning på det här då. Vi tittar på tillväxtkurvan här som vi har haft. Så bara för att poängtera några saker. När vi jobbar i den här branschen, Q3 är alltid ett dåligt kvartal. Det är Q4 som brukar vara det som tar igen Q3. Vi har fortsatt tillväxt på som vi har satt upp för oss själva. Vi är på plan eller förbi. Vi har en väldigt stark tillväxt. Vi är i en bransch som växer organiskt väldigt snabbt. Fler och fler spelare behöver digitalisera sig. Det är ganska omoget än så länge, vilket gör att det finns väldigt mycket potential. Fortsatt att ta, både i Norden och utanför Norden. Vi är idag en av de större spelarna i Norden. Vi är med i de flesta upphandlingar inom vårt segment. Och vi har europeiska ambitioner att fortsätta och kliva in i nya marknader. Så det är väl snabbt sammanfattande av det här. Tack.
Tack Peder. Först och främst skulle jag vilja höra hur det har varit att komma in som tillförordnad vd i ett bolag där det ska komma in en ny vd och CFO inom en snar framtid. Hur kommer man in och styr upp det skeppet?
Personligen har jag varit på bolaget i ungefär 1,5 år. Jag har jobbat inom e-handel, digital handel de senaste 10 åren. Så att jag har känt till Litium väl även innan. Så att kliva in som ny kändes väl både utmanande och det har gått väldigt bra skulle jag säga. Ett starkt ledarskapsteam, väldigt duktiga medarbetare också, vilket gör ju att livet blir bra mycket enklare också.
Och du nämnde tidigare att ni har i huvudsak 3 konkurrenter inom er segment, bland annat Magento och Episerver. Hur står er lösning ut kontra deras och vad har de för fördelar gentemot dem?
Ja, absolut. Det finns väldigt mycket både fördelar som vi har, men även liksom lite grann beroende på vad kunderna behöver för någonting. Det är lite olika teknologier dessutom. Om tittar man på Magento exempelvis, det är en väldigt stor global aktör så att säga, men det är en open source-del också. Det faktum att vi har paketerat väldigt mycket i vår accelerator exempelvis är ingenting som de har. Det finns väldigt mycket i flexibiliteten tillsammans med att snabbt komma upp på banan och så vidare som kunderna gillar med våran lösning på ett annat sätt. Det är mer en teknikleverantör. Vi är fokuserad på att ge affärsvärde. Det skulle jag personligen säga en större skillnad. Om man tittar på Epi och så vidare, de går mer mot ett enterprise-segment och lämnar mer och mer det här fina mellansegmentet på marknaden, vilket också är liksom positivt för oss. Jag tror att vi mår ganska bra av att ha de här spelarna som konkurrenter dessutom. Vi pushar varandra ganska mycket, man har ganska mycket att lära av varandra, så det är ett så här hälsosamt konkurrensläge skulle jag säga.
Och jag tänkte på när jag expanderar till Norge och Danmark. Ni nämnde i Q3-rapporten att det har varit vissa förseningar med expansionen. Vad har ni för mål för de nya marknaderna och hur går ni framåt härifrån?
Ja, precis. Nej, det har väl inte gått exakt som vi räknade sagt så här. Analysen av marknaden har varit helt rätt. Det finns ett väldigt bra potential både i den danska och i den norska marknaden, ska man säga först och främst. Sen är det ju det att man kliver in som ny aktör så att säga, så tar saker och ting lite längre tid än vad vi i våran liksom snabba ambitionstakt har trott då så att säga. Det har ganska mycket att göra också med att det handlar inte bara om att ta in kunder som är intresserade av vårt erbjudande, utan det är att ha ett partnernätverk också etablerat. Vilket handlar om att det är utvecklare som ska upp på banan och såna här saker också hos våra partners som inte har gått i den takten som vi hade hoppats på. Men vi ser ganska snabbt nu både på den norska och danska marknaden att det rör på sig.
Och slutligen, ni nämnde tidigare att ni har 98% recurring revenues. Hur långa är avtalen ungefär med kunderna, om du kan gå in på det?
Det där är väldigt mycket beroende på kund, men om man säger att det brukar liksom, kutym på marknaden kan ha allting från 1 till 3 år så att säga som man har det. Dessutom är det med alltid de här delarna också att längre avtal kan ge en viss typ av rabatt också för att säkra upp affären under längre tid. Avtalsdelen är egentligen inte i vårat segment en riskfaktor på samma sätt som det är i ett småsegment där man kan byta över dagen från en leverantör till en annan, och där är det viktigare med längre avtal. Man ska kunna säkra så att säga de återkommande intäkterna på lång sikt. För oss är det att gör man den här typen av investering som kund, som företag då, i våran plattform, så är det ju egentligen för att man måste bygga för en viss tid framöver, och de brukar sträcka sig ett antal år framåt i tiden.
Okej, tack så mycket Peter för att du fick komma hit och presentera Litium.
Tack!
Greetings everyone and welcome to this next presentation where we have the pleasure of welcoming the CEO of Avensia, Niklas Johnsson. Me myself, I'm Simon Granat, working as an equity analyst covering a cluster of IT companies at ABG. And without further ado, I'll let you have the word. Niklas.
Okay, thank you. Good morning everybody. So my name is Niklas Johnsson. I'm the CEO of Avensia. And Avensia is a company that basically does a very simple thing. We help our customers sell more things. Our typical customer are either a business-to-business company, a business-to-consumer company, or a brand manufacturer. And they all want to target their customers through digital channels. And that's why we come in. So we try to be a expert company in helping them sell more things through the different digital channels that you have. And when I say digital channels, you might think that that's only online. That's a big part of it, but it's also things like social media, all the digital equipment that you have in a physical store nowadays, but also marketplaces like Amazon, etc. And the complexity of addressing a single customer through multiple channels is one of the things that makes customers come to us for help. And it's an exciting time for us to be here. We've just completed the highlight of the year for us and our customers. Black Week nowadays starts at Singles Day, the 11th of November, and then we have Black Week, then you have Cyber Monday, and then you have all the other things that's coming along. And if we take an example of what's happening, this is one of our customers, a Swedish company called Naked, which I think annual turnover last year was a little bit over 800 million. This single week, last week, they sold 250 million. And online, and they're in pure play online clothing stores for young females. And if you think about the traffic you generate in terms of visitors to their homepage, etc., all the year it goes like this, and then it goes up like this. And all the systems, etc., that we built, are, of course, needs to cope with that. And I'm happy that it did, because one of the worst things in the modern world of electronic commerce is that the attention span and the tolerance from customers for bad solutions is really, really poor. It's everything from response times to the experience to the graphical look, etc., but also other things. So, I mean, what you don't want to see is this. We're sorry for our technical problems, so we extend our offerings to next week. This is not good for building brand. So, having finished Black Week, we go into Christmas sales, and after Christmas sales, you come the after Christmas sale, and then everything starts again. So that's the beauty of the digital world of commerce nowadays. So if we look at the market where we operate, typical customer for Avensia is somebody that has both physical stores and an online presence. And what they face nowadays is really global competition. In the old days, if you had a store in a small city in Stockholm selling clothes, for example, you had one competitor down the road, and you competed of the customers, but that's about it. Now that same store has 100,000 competitors all around the world, and they're available all around the clock, digital, through different homepages. So that's the reality of physical retail today. So the only way to cope is really to make sure that you increase your digital capabilities, but also that you reshape your business so that you're actually adding value in the process, whether it's personal service or something else, but it needs to be more than just shuffling goods from a manufacturer to a consumer. So globalization and digitalization is really a big thing. The other thing that is happening is that you, as a manufacturer, as a retailer, you communicate with your customers through multiple channels. And nowadays, very few are making a really, really good job. So, for example, if you sit at home and buy a shirt online a Sunday afternoon, and then you go into a store selling that shirt on Monday, they don't know that you bought that shirt on Sunday. So they miss the opportunity of recommending a suitable tie or suitable pair of pants, etc. So this is really something that everybody is thinking about, how to get a holistic view of the customers through multiple channels. And it's not just one digital channel. It's a homepage typically, it could be a marketplace, it's more and more social media, etc. So it's a multitude of touch points that needs to be coordinated in order to make a good job. Then the other thing is speed. I said earlier that the attention span of people are decreasing. That's one of the things where we at Avensia have focused a lot to really get the digital user experience to be fast, seamless, available when you're in bad connection environments, etc. And one really good example is we had one of our customers where we just did a new commerce site, and the speed increased and the sales increased 40%, just because of the user experience and the conversion rate, as we call it, the number of people coming into a homepage and actually buying something. Because again, one of the things that is really turning people off is when it's too slow. Then they move someplace else and you lose that customer. So that's really important. Another thing is, and it's been quite a lot of discussion in the media this year, is about sustainability and this what we call re-commerce, meaning a circular economy. So, for example, we built a fantastic site for a company called Polarn & Pyret, where if you have children and you bought the overalls for your children, you know that they last more than one kid. So they have a marketplace for recycling used overalls so that you can sell them as used to somebody else. And I think this type of recycling is one of the big trends. So I don't think that the willingness of buying things is decreasing, but more and more they will be recycled. So the actual production will probably go down. Then, of course, logistics important. Everybody old enough to remember how the old post office used to work, and nowadays goes to the video store, etc., knows that the fulfillment experience might not always match the brand experience that you want. So that's also an area where lots of things are happening, also in terms of environmental friendliness and sustainability. And I think that's really good. Customization and personalization is one of the areas where we spend a lot of time with our customers, because going into having a digital experience should not just be generic. It should be adapted to you as an individual, if you're an individual consumer. They need to know your sex, they need to know your age, where you live, where your purchase history, etc., all to make the experience that you get really feel that it's tailored for you and not for just anybody. And of course, we use a lot of artificial intelligence to do that. And the amount of data that is available now is really big. So you can do a lot of things around that. Other thing that we work a lot with is the sort of polarization that we see in retail. There is one customer segment that really just want to get the things that they bought. So focus on transaction and efficiency. You don't want to stand in line or wait 4 days for a package to come to your home. That's one extreme. The other extreme is where you really get an overall experience. You don't buy clothes. You go into a clothing spa party or whatever. So that you really get a connection to the brand. And I think that the middle, where most of traditional retail is not a good place to be. Talk a little bit about artificial intelligence, but also the way we interact with with digital systems is changing. So maybe some of you have tried these digital assistants that you have, the Alexa from Amazon, etc., where you actually can talk in your home and say that, okay, so I need a little bit more of sugar when you're cooking. And then automatically it orders it online and then it comes home to you. So that's coming. Physical and digital, I talked a lot about that, is growing together. So the type of companies coming from having only physical stores are of course going online, but also the pure play online stores are moving into physical stores, because it's not either or, it's both. But then you need to decide, what are you doing physically and what are you doing digitally? And that will change depending on your target market and how you want to be perceived by your customers. But the thing is that you need to be present both in the physical world and in the digital world, but they need to be connected. And of course, there is a multitude of different ways where you will interact with brands. It's either business to consumer, but also a big part is business to business, of course, resellers, etc., distributors, but also more and more what we call D2C, direct to consumers, big brands opening their own direct channel to the customers, bypassing their resellers. And then, of course, marketplaces like Amazon, for example, where you have a lot of competing brands that are present in the same environment. So, Avensia, where do we come in? So, what we typically aim to do is that we want to make sure that our customers are competitive and that they are profitable, which is a big challenge in many areas of retail today. And we do that through everything from strategic advice to products and services for modern commerce. And we are a Swedish company, rather old to be in this business, but the last 10 years has been focused solely on digital commerce. Headquartered in Skåne, in Lund, and today around 250 people, and this is the only thing we do. So we don't have a sort of a number of side businesses, or we're not a general purpose business consultant or a general purpose IT consultant. The only thing we focus on is helping customers with modern commerce. And we do that all the way very early in the cycle, where we do trend spotting and we do strategy work, and then we implement digital capabilities for customers, but also making sure that they actually get the value out of those investments in real life. So it's not like a traditional IT project where you go in, you make a change, and then you're doing maintenance to make sure that everything is running. For us, it's almost the other way around. So we do typically strategy work, we do changes, implementing new things, but then the real work starts. It's a little bit like opening a physical store. You get a place, you make the interior design, you stock up, and you open up the first day for business. And that's when it starts. Then every day you need to make sure that everything looks nice, you need to run campaigns, you need to have a summer collection, a winter collection, etc. So a lot of what we do is actually helping our customers in daily life, so to speak, and really run their systems and their commerce operation. And we have customers all through the value chain, from the pure play brand manufacturers all the way to business customers and to business to consumers. And operating out of Sweden mainly, but with presences in a couple of other countries, and having customers around the world. So this is where we have locations. So lots of presences in the Nordics, also London, Chicago, and Cebu in the Philippines, where we have a fast-growing development center with really, really good people. What we try to be good at is that we bring knowledge, and we bring experience. I think we've done a little bit over 100 digital commerce engagement with customers, and it's a special competence where you both need to have a very deep technical knowledge of the capabilities of everything that is happening in the world, but also understand how you actually sell things. It's if you compare different customers or different retailers' digital presence, when you look at them, they might look similar, but if you really do an analysis, they can behave very, very differently. And that type of competence is really one of the core of Avensia. So how do we do that in a little bit more practice? So one of the things, of course, is that we rely very heavily on people and competence. So the people that we have is the most important assets. Their experience and knowledge is really important. So therefore, it's crucial for us to be a good employer. And fortunately, we have very low people turnover, but also it's highly skilled people. So it takes quite a lot of time when we hire new people to get them onboarded and trained, etc., so that they can actually add the right level of value to our customers. So people we were people-centric in what we do. Another way of coping with that is that we try to package and productize as much as possible. So having done this over and over again many times, we've tried to take a lot of the things that always are, or almost always are part of solutions for customers and package those. And these are typically software products, if you like, or sometimes online services. So if, for example, if you're building a website, there is always a place where you check out and you pay. So everybody has that. And there are category pages, there are product pages, etc. So you can, by packaging this, you can lower the threshold of bringing in new people. You can speed up the process from start to value for customers. And you can also get a more sticky business model together with our customers, because if we build it on our own products, of course, they tend to continue to use that. And we call these products Storefront, which is our brand name. We also have a separate small reseller business where we actually sell these software components through resellers around the world, typically in countries where we have less presence. So there is also that type of business. Then recently this year, we bought a company in the UK called Insider Trends, which is a little bit like the Gartner of retail. So that's a very future-looking trend spotting type of company, which is really helping give our customers the strategic advice. And what we do from a technology perspective is relying on our partners, where we work typically with Microsoft, everybody knows them, Episerver, which has a system for making digital presences, web pages, etc. Company called Riversand, which is managing all the types of data you have in a company, and InRiver, which is product information management, which is also needed in order to be successful in all these different channels. If we look at I'll touch briefly on the financials. Fast growth. Last year, 49% growth, organic. This year, first 3 quarters, we have calendar year as the fiscal year, plus 27%. And all this is, again, organic. And it's about the same number of people that we've hired between these years. And the access to competence is one of the limiting factors for the business. So that's very high on our priority list to find, train, make sure that they stay, the people that we have. And also the skill set that we're looking for, the combination of technology and commerce, it's very hard to find. So we're actively recruiting around the whole of Europe and also in the Philippines and the US, as you saw on the other picture. But the demand from the market for what we do and this type of competence is not going down. It's the other way around more. Another maybe final comment I want to make is that when you look at Avensia, typically the big part of the revenue is coming from traditional consulting, and we have traditional consulting business model, but we have an extremely stable customer base. And that again comes down to that we don't do projects and then they end up with maintenance. We do things, but then the real fun starts, as I said. So a lot of the work we're doing is actually the day-to-day operation, optimization, enhancements that we do with customers. So last year, for example, if we wouldn't have gotten one single new customer, still our revenue would have increased. And this trend is continuing even this year. So very long-term, stable income from customers, even though from a formal perspective, we have traditional consulting models, but very stable customer base, and of course, growing with the new customers. So with that, want to wrap up and say that I think we're in a market segment that is increasing, and it's increasing globally. And our ambition is to stay ahead of the curve. Lots of focus on competence and talent, but also complementing that with intellectual property and products. And if we do that, we will have a stable growth, we will have stable customers, and more recurring revenue, and hopefully a reasonable profitability going forward. So that's in short the plans for Avensia.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction to Avensia, Niklas. And as a starting question, I'd like to focus on the recent trends in the IT services market in the Nordics, because in recent time we have noticed that many market players, including listing companies and also market researchers, has said that the market has started to slow down a little bit. Is this something that you have noticed?
Not really. I think that the general purpose IT market is slowing down, but I think that the niche where we operate is not slowing down. It's the other way around, I would say. There is still a big shortage of competence, and there are still, as the use of digital solutions for commerce, as that is maturing with customers, I think the demand is increasing. And I think the demand for outside help, like consultants, is also increasing, because I used to say that if you are to run a professional, if you just take an online shop, you probably need like 15 different competencies. You need people specialized on data analysis, you need people specialized on user experience, you need people specialized on search engine optimization so that you rank high on Google, and a number of other competencies. And there are very few even big companies that have all these 15 competencies. They might have a few of them, but they don't have all, which means that they always need help. And the world they're operating in is getting even more complex. So the requirements for leading edge competence is increasing, I would say.
Okay. And speaking of competence, in 2018 you had a personnel turnover of around 6%, which strikes as low compared to a general IT services company. What would you say is the secret sauce for having the employee satisfaction at such high levels? And also, how have the recent market trends been for you?
So I think that the key, there are a number of keys to keeping people turnover low. One is that you work with interesting solutions, you work with interesting technology for interesting customers. That's number one. Other big motivation is that we have a rather narrow focus, which means that if you work for us, that there are many people doing the same thing, and I used to say that there are in this business there are 20 Zlatans in the Nordics, in this combination of technology and commerce, and 10 of them are working for us, and 10 are working one each at 10 other companies. So if you come here, you really have the chance to learn from the best in the business, and that's a key motivation for many aspiring people that they actually can work together and really get help, and their personal development is faster than if they are the single guy or girl that is the expert with other companies. So those are a few items.
Yeah.
No, so go ahead.
And I was just, as a last question, I was wondering around the profitability and the sort of potential underlying profitability that you have, because as you attract a lot of people and keep the personnel intake high, margins generally contract. But in some quarters where you hold the net intake in terms of new personnel at low levels, the EBIT margin has been around 15%. Should we see this as an underlying EBIT margin for your business?
So I think that you're absolutely right. There is a correlation between, as we've been growing so fast, between recruitment and margin. So if we are really successful in recruitment one quarter, the margin the quarter after will be lower, because typically it takes time to train people and introduce them into what we do, etc. So I think that over time margins will fluctuate a little bit, but I think that being in the sort of high-end part of a growing niche market, you should expect that we could long term, when things maybe are a little bit more stable, that we have a profitability level compared to similar type of businesses.
Perfect. I think our time is up. So thank you very much for that, Niklas.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, we go ahead with the next presentation. My name is Daniel Thorsgaard, analyst at ABG, and we are covering IT and tech companies. We released an initiation on Net Insight earlier this week, so the most recent company on the research platform. And today we have Anders Harrison, CEO of the company, who will present Net Insight for 20 minutes, and then we'll do 5 minutes Q&A. So go ahead, Anders.
Thank you. Okay. So it's early morning in the American West Coast. It's February 2019, and early morning. Millions of families are gathering in front of their TV sets. They're drinking the morning coffee. They're having breakfast, and they're all very excited because they're all going to watch Lindsey Vonn go down in her last downhill race in her career. It's Åre Downhill World Championships. So 3, 2, 1, she's out of the gates, and suddenly all screens in the US go black. Of course they didn't. Just kidding. They cannot go black, right? They cannot go black, and they didn't. Up here we have a whole bunch of Net Insight's customers. They are broadcasters. They have paid billions of dollars to the rights to send live sports. Everything from the downhill race in Åre, the World Championships in cricket, soccer, anything. Do you think they need to be certain that what they broadcast to us viewers got to be perfect? Of course. That's why they should, and many of them do, work with Net Insight. So my name is Anders Harrison, and I'm the CEO of the company. I'm the interim CEO. The company has been in business for 20 plus years. We invest about 35% of sales in R&D, and we have logos in our customer base that are well known. We are a media tech company. We develop and sell tech solutions for the media industry, and we have 3 business units. And you have them up here. So I'm starting at the right-hand side. A fairly young business unit is called Streaming Solutions. And it's this business unit there's been a lot of noise about in the press and a lot of speculations on how quickly we will commercialize this. We've said that we are in a very interesting period when trying to commercialize this business. And we will come back and report to you on how that's going in the Q1 report in 2020. So I'm not going to spend much time on this business unit today because I have much more to say than that we're working hard on commercializing Streaming Solutions. It's fairly small, and you can see that the operating margin is clearly negative. The second business unit we have is called Resource Optimization. It's a company we acquired in 2015 in the US called Schedule. We are now modernizing the technology platform. We're investing a lot in that. Resource Optimization's got a very stable customer base, very well-known logos. We have also said that how Net Insight is now developing, our strategy is kind of leaving Resource Optimization a little bit on the side, and it's not coming together, it's diverting a little bit. So we are reevaluating our strategy here, and we've even said in the Q3 report that the divestiture may be the way forward. And we also said that we will come back in the annual report and let you know what we're doing here. Fairly large, however, negative margin. So what I want to spend time on today is the business unit called Media Networks. And you can see that's a lion part of our revenues, and it's got an operating margin at around 20%. So this business unit operates, let me see, in an arena which is very interesting. Live sports. Not many people understand what's going on here, but what I want to show you a few examples. If you look at the live sports hours produced and transported between the Sochi 2014 and Pyongyang in 2018, the number of hours produced grew by 38%. It seems like we, who are watching, have an enormous appetite for live sports. And also, go back in time and you remember the Champions League quarterfinals, and you were happy if you could watch one. Now you want to watch all four at the same time and switch between channels. So our appetite is just skyrocketing, and this is not stopping. Another factor which is very interesting in the media networks business is that when we talk about standard definition, that's how we remember it from our childhood. We're now watching high definition. The next step will be a resolution called 4K, and then eventually we'll end up at 8K. What that means is that the transported signals will grow by a factor of 175 from standard definition to ultra to 8K. So that puts a lot of requirement on the network. And you can imagine when we're going from here to here to here, how that's going to stress the networks. Another thing that's going on in the marketplace is that previously there was one production, one feed from a venue, from like a Friends Arena, what have you, one feed. Now we have up to 80 feeds. And these feeds are, it's 80 times what it was. So if you put these two together, you understand that not everyone can satisfy the broadcasters and deliver a product and the services that they are extremely satisfied with. And this is what Net Insight does. Another way to look at it, and this is a little bit of an eye chart, so I'm going to try to explain it to you. Our core business, you see, production is what's made on the venue, on the arena. You see the buses outside of the arena where people sit and produce the event. Then it goes to the contribution network, which is our core business, has always been our core business, and that's what we're good at. And then further on out to us viewers here, where we are not really present. In the past, there was an on-site production where everything was produced at the venue, and then over a media network, which was a Net Insight media network, it was transported and then eventually ended up with the viewer. What we are doing now is that instead of separate networks, we're now using internet. That's the next step. So we're now using internet, standard technology IP, which is important to us. Also, something new is introduced, which is called remote production. Means that at the venue, there are cameras and people, but all the feeds from those cameras go to a central location. And that central location can be just about anywhere in the world if they use Net Insight. And that's about cost. You can imagine having to send tons of people, buses, production people up to a venue in the mountains. That's very costly. Instead, you have much less OPEX. You use the network and you sit here at SVT in Stockholm and do all the production. So this is what we call remote production, and the players here are moving over to the left-hand side. So broadcasters are not just doing service providers and broadcasters not just doing production, contribution, but they're also moving into remote production. And I'm going to give you an example. But before I do that, we're talking about the future. And what the future holds for us is that we're moving to cloud solutions. You hear everyone talk about cloud. and eventually everything will move to the cloud. And I will come back to that later on, that deliver the service through cloud is an obvious future for us. And we actually, with a few projects, we're already there. So here we're back to Åre in 2019. So if you talk to Ade Granberg, who's the CTO at SVT, he produced the world's largest remote production event in February 2019. And for us who was just watching it, it seemed to be like a no-brainer. This is just, well, like any other broadcast. But this was a big, big thing in the media world. 80 cameras around Lindsey Vonn, a Nimbra solution, a Nimbra network, who transported the signals from these 80 cameras to SVT på Gärdet in Stockholm, where the production team were sitting and producing the entire event, not on site in Åre, but in Stockholm. Nothing can go wrong here, because if it goes wrong, you smoke. So that's why Ade Granberg worked with Net Insight. He produced over 700 hours of live TV to over 1 billion viewers around the world. But not only that, live sport is of course the obvious, where we would like to, or where we are focusing. But not only that, these capabilities are also being used by enterprises. And here I'm just showing you one example. We're working with LinkedIn, and as you can see here, they've had 4 sites, 3 in the US, where Sunnyvale, Mountain View in New York, where they've done production, operations, and editorial in different places. With the Nimbra network, or with Net Insight, they can do it seamlessly and with high quality and much lower cost. They can produce, record, edit anywhere, and send it to any place at any office in the world. So I think LinkedIn seemed to be very excited about what we're doing together. So this is a typical enterprise solution where we're using the same technology. I just said that everything will move to the cloud. And cloud is something many people are talking about in our industry as something for the future. But we have already launched our first products. And the first product here is called Nimbra Edge. We're using all our capabilities and technologies we got. It's cloud software based. And we have a very good uptake and interest from both existing and new customers. And this also introduces a new business model for Net Insight Media Networks, where we're talking about pay-per-use. It's a recurring revenue model, and as you know, software as a service. So this product is the first one we have launched, and we will most likely see many more of our products go this way going forward. To end, I'd like to, the way I think you should look at Net Insight now is that we are a company with a lot of very well-known customers. And you saw them on the first page. Broadcasters who, the large ones have their own networks, and the smaller ones, they use service providers. And both the service providers and the broadcasters should be or are already our customers. So a very attractive client list. I would say that spending 35% of our sales in R&D is promising for the future, because we want to make sure that we're on the leading edge. And we're talking about many new technologies that we are implementing into our products. Everything will go over the internet, remote production, other technologies that are important, and we are really investing a lot of our sales into R&D. And I think that the financial profile of the company is also very interesting. Look at our gross margins. They are very high in the media networks. And for the first time in Q3, we did segment reporting, so you can analyze it by yourselves. And media networks is a very interesting business to us because of its financial model. And I would say is that media networks and Net Insight. Well, why should you follow it? Well, I think you should both follow, analyze, and invest in Net Insight, because this is what I call a scalable business model. So thank you for listening, and I'm done.
Yes, thank you very much, Anders. A great presentation. A few questions regarding the SVT case. Can you describe how the revenue model was for Net Insight? How did you capitalize on that over time? Was it a one-time? How does it work?
In this case, it was the first attempt to produce remotely such a large event. So we have not, at this point in time, not introduced any recurring revenue model. So this was a traditional business for us. So it was not delivered from the cloud. It was the old model with our hardware products. So
basically a one-time hardware sales.
Yeah.
A few products up in order, a few products.
Yeah, and services and everything to it. It was not a cloud delivery.
Okay. And the revenue mix today is roughly 1/3 hardware, software, support and maintenance. How should we think about it in 3 years' time, given edge, given that the streaming solutions may pick up, etc.? What will the mix be?
I think you should expect to see a lot more recurring revenue, a lot more software as a service, a lot more predictability, hence software as a service, and a lot less hardware, more cloud solutions. So this is where we're going. And then, of course, introducing all these new technologies that we don't even know the name of, but they are coming along, and we make sure that we're on the leading edge, implementing all standards that are around the corner, and they are coming, because that's what we need to do to stay competitive.
Usually some say that the media industry is very conservative and slow moving. Is that something you agree on, or is that actually shifting now with more live content and a higher pressure on broadcasters? And are you addressing that field?
Yeah, it has in the past been very conservative, because it's been a very stable business model for them. Now we see the media industry moving both upside down, up, down, left, right. I mean, Telia, TV4, you can see all the kinds of things happening where the I would call the landscape is changing. I think that this is not over yet. We are seeing new business models emerge, acquisitions, mergers, and where it's going to end up and what it's going to look like, I think no one really knows. But we are trying to follow as close as possible in our contacts with our large customers to really support them in their effort to stay competitive and do the right thing for their company.
A big chunk of your client base today are service providers and broadcasters, but we see that global major tech players are spending more and more money on content acquisitions. Are you working with them as a clients as well?
Yeah,
Netflix, Amazon?
That's one of the examples. Like Amazon going to do Thursday Night Football, Facebook is going to broadcast what have you, and new players are coming into play here, and they are traditionally not our customers, and of course we are talking to them. We want to be there when they are building their networks or when they are making acquisitions that shifts the business model, and they may need to work with us. So yes.
And you think that you have a product portfolio that addresses their needs?
Absolutely.
We have talked a lot about media networks and Nimbra. It's 90% of revenues today, but I think we have to touch upon a little bit on the streaming solutions and the SI product here.
I expected that.
Can you just explain how it works, what it is and how it works, because we haven't really talked about it yet.
Oh, well, I'm not going to go into the technical detail how we deliver it, but you as a client, if you were a client of a streaming solution service, you could sit back in your couch and, for instance, watch a football game, and you could have up, let's say, 8 to 10 different views on your iPad, up small screens, and you could say, I want to follow I want to follow Lindelöf in Manchester United, follow him. And then you could say, I want to see the goalkeeper. I want to know exactly what's going on at Manchester United's goal. And you can have many different screens up at the same time because there's so many feeds, so many cameras. I mean, for instance, if I was watching a football game from LA, I would put one of my screens on Zlatan. I want to see where he is, what he does. If you were sending a golf game, you know who play golf, you know that you only get to see the leaders, those who lead the game, and the guys who are behind, you never see them. But really, you would probably like to follow Henrik Stensson full time. And you could have one screen up, and then you can move the screens around and start and stop in a very seamless way. And that's really what streaming service does. And I'm talking about that feed could be delivered to you over Wi-Fi, over 5G, or any media with absolute synchronicity. So it will be not like it's a delay of 15, 20, 30 seconds. It's absolute synchronized.
So the main competitive advantage is basically higher quality and lower latency.
Absolutely, no latency.
We haven't seen a huge uptick of the product so far in the last 3 years since you first innovated it and presented it. Now you have signed a Fortune 500 client for next year.
Yep.
But this year you had a Swedish client, Primetime. They use it in a live quiz app.
Yep.
Do you think the potential is biggest in these terms of categories or in the live sport category going forward?
Well, personally, I think the live sport category is number one.
Okay. And you are doing a strategic review on Schedule. You will probably need, or you'll probably like to invest more in SI and the streaming solutions.
Yeah.
How should we think about Net Insight as an investment for the next 12 to 18 months? With regards to that the company may differ and change over the coming year.
Yeah. Well, you should think of it like at the moment, we don't need to raise any more capital. We think we're fine here. You will see us. Well, I cannot comment yet on the two small business units. However, we will invest more in media networks. So you will see us accelerating the plans for media networks, and we should see a lot more growth in media networks than we've seen in the past.
Okay. I think we stop there. We had 5-6 minutes of Q&A. And we thank Anders and Net Insight.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome everyone to this next presentation where we have the pleasure of welcoming Doro and the CEO, Carl-Johan Zetterberg. For those of you who don't know me, I am Simon Granat, working as an analyst at ABG. And without further ado, I'll let you have the word, Carl-Johan.
Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me well enough? Good. As Simon said, so I'm from Doro. So my name is Carl-Johan Zetterberg, and I'm the CEO and president for Doro. So today, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Doro. Maybe not all of you are 100% familiar with us yet. So I will give you a short introduction to Doro. I will give you some insights to the market where we're active, and I think the market where we are putting most of our efforts going forward into. And then, of course, tell you a bit about what we are aiming for as a company in Doro and what we want to achieve. So if we start with Doro in brief, I typically say we are a senior-focused technology company in Doro. We're actually 45 years old, so we've been around the block for some time. We were founded back in 1974. At that time, we started as, I would say, a challenger to more the state-owned carriers in telecommunication, and evolved into, as I said, a senior-focused technology company. So everything we do today is about trying to empower seniors to get the most out of every day and to ensure independence and peace of mind when it matters most. As you can see then from short figure-wise, Doro is today around 2 billion Swedish kronor in turnover. We sell roughly 3 million mobile phones every year. We take care of a little bit more than 300,000 individuals in our 7 alarm receiving centers today. And in those 7 alarm receiving centers, we handle around 20,000 alarms every day. So if you take that in a year, it's actually quite a huge amount of calls from seniors that we handle in our alarm receiving centers that we have in Sweden, Norway, and in the UK, as it is right now. And we are present in around 27 countries, and our focus is mainly in Europe. And as I mentioned, I would say maybe briefly, I talked about number of phones we sell and number of individuals that we handle in our alarm receiving centers. And that's sort of in short what we are about today. So we are inactive in 2 main areas as today. One is what we call consumer, which is primarily senior mobile phones, smartphones, feature phones, and accessories connected to the smartphones and feature phones. The business in mobile phones is active in 27 countries. We have around 300 customers in this area, where our typical customer is either one of the large operators, and then typically in Europe, so Orange, Deutsche Telekom, Telia Sonera, O2, etc., or large retailers like Elköp, which is Elgiganten in Sweden, Mediamarkt, Tesco, etc. And then the second area is our care business, where we sell both products in the care area and then primarily services, where we take care of, as I said, our contact centers, including remote supervision, social alarms, etc. This business today is in 8 countries, of which I would say 3 countries predominantly is services, which is Sweden, Norway, and the UK. We have around 580 customers in this area. And different to our consumer business, the typical customer in our care area are local authorities, non-government organizations, and other private institutions. So as you can see, there are a number of different local organizations or Red Cross, etc. Johanniter is an example in Germany on private or non-government organizations. In our two segments today, so senior mobile phones and telecare or our care business, we are the market leader today in our focused geographies. So if we take senior mobile phones, we are the clear market leader in senior mobile phones in Europe, and especially in the countries where we have a strong focus, being the Nordics, UK, France, and Germany. We are the clear market leader with above 40% both value and volume share in each of those countries. And then in telecare, we are, from a service perspective, as said, we're active in Sweden, Norway, and UK, and in number of individuals that we handle in our contact centers, we are number one in those three markets as well. And then short financially, I mentioned it in the beginning, we are around 2 billion SEK in turnover now, if we look at the last 12 months, so Q3 this year and 12 months back. And we've seen, which I'll come back to a little bit in the end, we've seen a positive trend in services sales, which is one of our strategic targets that we have, to grow in the care area and to grow services. And have a larger part of our turnover that's from services and not only products, which the consumer business is a very product-oriented business. And I think both from a financial perspective in terms of profitability and cash flow, we've seen we're on a good and healthy level now as well in that perspective. So a little bit about market. I think, as I said, I will focus on the market for care, because that's where we are putting a lot of focus and priority going forward. I can give you sort of just a short overview of the markets for consumer as well. As said, we are the clear market leader in mobile phones for seniors. The mobile phone market in general is a challenging market. The market is in some decline, both in value and volume. And the main reason for it is, if we take Europe, then primarily it's a saturated market where I think you can all agree, every one of us, we have at least one mobile phone. I think many, if we go and look in our drawers back home, we can sort of pull out a bit more phones than one. And there is a little bit of a, call it, technology plateau right now, and that's why the replacement rate has increased. If we go back maybe 15 years, all of us wanted to have a new mobile phone every 12 months. That rate now is maybe 3 years. So that's why there's both volume and value-wise a slight decline in that market. But I said, we are the clear market leader. We have a clear niche in that market. And our objective, I'll talk a little bit more about that in the end, is we're going to continue to keep our leading position and increase market share in that market. But if we take more about the care market, so there are a number of factors that we see are driving the development of the care market, especially. One of them, of course, is the demographic change that we're seeing. The elderly population is increasing, both in terms of absolute numbers, so the number of seniors, but also in relative numbers, the number of seniors compared to the total population. So there's a strong growing senior population in the world today and in Europe. The number of chronic diseases is increasing, and so of course cost associated with taking care of different chronic diseases. And unfortunately, many senior people are not experiencing only one chronic disease. More and more seniors are experiencing maybe 2 or even more chronic diseases as well. And then finally, there's a large shortage of healthcare professionals. So already today, there's a large deficit in healthcare professionals, and sort of all estimates, all forward-looking estimates are saying that this will rather be worse them better going forward. And I think a fourth point would be, if you would take this final point in shortage, you could say in resources in total. I think for those of you I think it's the same in all European countries, but if we just take Sweden, for example, there's been a number of articles in the news the last couple of months where we see the local authorities in Sweden, they have a large financial burden, and it's difficult for them to get the equation to be on a stable level, because both costs for healthcare is increasing rapidly, but also costs for schools, etc. So there is a big financial challenge from a local authority perspective to handle as well. So I think with all these different drivers, what we see from our perspective is there is a strong increasing demand for new technologies and solutions that will help to resolve some of these challenges that I just talked about. And that's why we say one of the next, call it, technological revolutions that we will see will be within senior care. And that's where we want to be one of the players in that market, helping to solve this difficult equation. And a number of these factors that I talked about that will result in, and we look at both from our perspective and external research, there's the number of growth drivers in this market. One is, of course, we talk about the growing senior population, and that will mean the addressable market will grow. As I mentioned, both absolute numbers and relative numbers of seniors are increasing. We also see the penetration rate, and by that we mean the number of seniors that have social care solutions are increasing, the percentage of seniors that are having those type of solutions. And also the services that we deliver are expanding. And that means that the average revenue per user, if we would phrase it in that way, that's increasing as well. So all these factors are pointing at the market with sort of around double-digit growth in the coming years. And it's already today a market where I would say the market size is not sort of a hindering factor for us to grow. And there's a good underlying growth in this market as well. So going forward, and as I talked about, then the strength we have in our different markets, and especially in the care market, where we see a strong underlying growth, and there's a number of factors that are talking for, as I said, the next technological revolution that will be within senior care. That's what we said from a strategic perspective. We are increasing our focus on the care business, where we want to both strengthen our offering and expand our business in that area. And we see that there are a number of new sort of opportunities from a both technological perspective and service perspective to expand our offering and offer new things. And I think one of the, if you would phrase it general terms, I think one of the biggest shifts in this is going from what today is, I would call, quite reactive solutions, because you react when something happens, but to trying to develop products and services where you have more preventive solutions instead. So just to take a very simple example, could be fall prevention. That's a big topic, because it's one of the largest healthcare costs, is sort of problems related to falls. And if you could find ways of identifying early tendencies for a fall and prevent the fall, then you will save a huge cost for society, and you will save a huge more, call it cost, but well-being for the senior itself, but also for relatives and the loved ones, if you could go more from a preventive solution just to react, okay, this person has fallen and now we need to do something. So that's a big focus area for us going forward, and growing in that area and also expanding in the care business. And in that, we see that expansion is we are very strong in Sweden and Norway. UK, even though we are market leader, we still only have around 11 to 12% market share. Those numbers in Sweden and Norway is 40% plus. So we see a very interesting growth opportunity in the UK in existing markets, but then also interesting opportunity to expand our business in the care area to other countries in predominantly Europe. As I mentioned before, we want to maintain and strengthen our market leading position in senior mobile phones. As I alluded to before, it is a challenging market, but we are the market leader, and we are seeing tendencies that we think there will be a little bit of a shakeout in this market. And with our position, we believe that we can be one of the winners in this type of shakeout in the industry in the coming years. And then one important factor, I think, both going sort of long term and going forward, but also short term, if some of you read sort of the Q3 report, etc., is to make sure that we get back to a good gross profit level, especially in services. We've had some challenges in the last 2-3 quarters that put some pressure on the gross margin in services, and this is an area that's extremely important for us and that we're working hard with to make sure that we get back to good gross profit level in services. And this is also one of the key drivers if we talk about long-term financial targets, where we have an operating margin target of 8% and making sure we have the right gross profit in services and a good growth in services, of course, one of the key drivers in achieving this long-term financial target. And also for services, and we take care, maybe from a financial target perspective, we said that we want services to be at least 30% of overall revenue for Doro. Today, if we look at Q3 with the latest acquisition and annualize that, we are around 20%. And as you could see from the previous graph, we are growing our service business, so we are moving in line with the ambitions that we set out and towards the long-term financial target in services. So I would say in short then, to summarize shortly, how we can care for sort of the growing senior population, I would say it's becoming one of the greater challenges that we have today, and we want to be a part of trying to solve that equation. We have a very strong market position and strong brand in the business we're in. We do invest a lot in understanding the end user and the senior, and I would say we have great insights and experience in understanding the end user and also understanding the customer, that in our case, as I said, are local authorities, non-government organization and operators. We are in an attractive market with very interesting potential, both geographically and demographically. I think we do invest heavily in R&D and to develop our company, and we have a solid financial base with good cash flow, and I would say a very healthy balance sheet that enable us to continue to invest to develop Doro even further. So I think that was everything, trying to keep time as well. Thank you very much. We have our next quarterly report is a Q4 report, which is due in mid-February.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I think most of it was very crystal clear.
Thank you.
And as a first question, I'd like to talk a little bit about synergies as you are acquiring companies. You recently acquired a company in the UK. What can we expect in terms of synergies from this type of the company that you acquired at that time, and also going forward as you acquire these companies?
I say two different types of synergies. If we take the latest acquisition, Centra Pulse and Connect in the UK specifically, one thing is, of course, with our existing business, we already have a base in the UK, so we don't need to have, call it, duplicated functions in all areas. So there are synergies in terms of having the same organization cater to a larger base of customers, so we can improve operating costs, et cetera, from that perspective, and have those kind of synergies. Secondly, in acquisitions in general, and that's why we're working hard to further develop our portfolio, to make sure that when we acquire a company, we have a strong offering and a strong portfolio. That means that the company we acquire, we can call it enhance the offering they have to the market, and in that way accelerate the growth in the acquired companies.
In the recent years, you have consolidated some warehouses, and today you have 7 different alarm centers that you mentioned earlier. Could we see the same sort of consolidation occurring in those areas?
I think in the markets where we're present today, so Sweden, Norway, and UK, and having 7 alarm receiving centers in those 3 markets, I would say that's a little bit too many. So yes, we are looking into consolidating the number of alarm receiving centers as well.
And perhaps you can explain a little bit around the procurements that are occurring within services. How is the process in a procurement? How long are the lead times, and how does the profitability for Doro vary as time progresses?
Absolutely. So in the care business, as our customers are typically local authorities, that's the main part. The procurement is typically public procurement. So local authorities will issue a public procurement process in which we and our competitors will attend. And then the contracts are typically, if you try to generalize, I would say the initial term is 2-3 years, and then there's typically an additional term of maybe 2 years. So the average length of a typical local authority contract is 4 to 5 years. Because I would say in 90% of the cases, they take the extension period as well. And then our margins, if it's and it depends a bit if it's a retained customer or a new customer. Of course, a retained customer sort of things continues as they did prior to the new procurement. A new customer, there are some initial costs in for installation, setting up everything in our contact centers, etc. So there are some initial margin pressure when you win a new deal, and especially depending on what type of services you're delivering, and then the margin, I would say, after a few months, gets up to the level where we want it to be. And then in general, there's a difference between margins in contracts because there's a difference in what type of services and products the local authorities procure. Some of them procure, in some instances, maybe only the contact center piece because they want to buy the hardware and own that themselves, and then the average revenue per user is lower. And some of them are, I would say, more forward-looking and trying to find new ways of handling care. So that could include, as we said before, the monitoring piece, responder services, installation, remote supervision, e-locks, etc. And then, of course, the services are much larger, and as a result, the average revenue per connection we monitor is much greater.
Okay. Crystal clear, also that. And gross margins in services, you touched upon that area a little bit earlier, that it has recently contracted. Which areas does this relate to in terms of geographical spaces, and what do you seek to enhance going forward in order to increase those metrics?
Yeah. Predominantly, we've had some challenges from a gross profit perspective or gross margin perspective in Norway. Some of it is related to what we discussed in the previous question, where we've had a very good growth in Norway. So if we go back maybe 15 to 18 months, we grew the business in Norway with 25%. And that growth and new installations have resulted in a number of sort of costs associated with implementing those new contracts that we won, etc. So that has resulted in some margin pressure, and that's the main reason for the lower margin in Q2 and Q3. That's one of the areas. I think in Norway as well, adding a lot of growth, we need to, I would say, trim the processes again to get back to good profitability. And this is a work that we're trying to drive hard to make sure that there's a continuous improvement in the service delivery. There's no, I would say, there's no magical wand that we could swing that will make a great sort of improvement in the gross profit. It's continuously working to strive to do things a little bit more efficient and smarter tomorrow than we were doing today. So it's turning a lot of small knobs and trimming the machine all the time.
Excellent. Always hard work behind that.
Yeah.
I think our time is up. So a big thank you to the audience and also to Carl-Johan.
Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome. My name is Oskar Wikström. I work as an analyst with ABG. I'm here to present Soltech Energy and Stefan Ölander, who's the CEO. Just quickly before we begin, a quick disclaimer. We have just handed out new financial numbers for Soltech because the handout you were given previously had the wrong numbers. So the handout that you're getting, that should be the correct P&L. So over to you, please.
Thank you. Okay, hello. Thank you, ABG, for inviting me. My name is Stefan Ölander. I'm CEO since 1 year. I was the chairman for 7 years before that, and I invested in this company in 2011. I always start with this picture. It's important to think about what is up in the sky. It's a very, very strong, powerful star. So 90 minutes of the solar energy that hits the Earth is enough to meet the world's energy for a whole year. All we need to do is manage it better. It's important to think about. Soltech started about 10 years ago, based on research from the Royal Institute of Technology. We're on Nasdaq First North since about 4.5 years. We have about 31,000 shareholders, retail. I think that's about most of everybody on First North. Market value is about 1 billion Swedish. And we're specialists in aesthetic, good-looking, nice-looking solar energy. And we also have a big business in China. The results that you were given now are a bit higher than in the brochure. 236, I think it was 56 or 69 in the brochure. But you got the right numbers now. So we're on a journey towards the billions, 360% this year. The profit is good, but as you see at the lowest bullet point, we have a minus, and that's mainly due to interest rates and taxes in our Chinese operation. And we are putting that on a separate, we're IPOing that this spring. So this company won't have any loans left after that. It will be different figures. The Chinese operation. This is the factory in Hangzhou that our partner Advanced Solar Power owns. They own a couple of these. Advanced Solar Power is a company started by the professor Chuanqi Wu and his son Ben after 25 years of research in Denver, Colorado. So they are very American, this family. They're one of the world's leading producers of thin film, about 40 countries, and very profitable. The owners is not only the Wu family, but main investors like Sequoia Capital, Legend, which is Lenovo's investment company, and Sichuan Guangxin, that's the local grid company like Vattenfall. So it's a very, very esteemed company. This is our business, but I'll go back to this picture because it's easy to explain. What we do is, let's say that these guys here own a factory where they produce clothes for H&M or furniture for IKEA. They don't have any solar energy. The government is saying you got to be more sustainable. Their clients are saying you got to be more sustainable or we'll remove our production. So we come here and knock on the door and say that we can finance, install, and own this solar energy plant on your roof. This is 1 megawatt, 10,000 square meters. You have to sign a contract that you buy the energy from us over 20 years for about 10-12% less than you buy from the grid. So you get a rebate, you'll get a lower energy cost, and you will tick all the boxes on sustainability towards all of your parties that you work with. So it's a very, very easy sell. This morning we published our latest 6 megawatt deal. That's 6 times this size. So I usually say it's one sell and then it's tick for 20 years. So we have over 100 megawatts in operation. That's like 145 football fields. We have 650. I won't go through all of these, but a framework agreement over 5 years with 3 different provinces. Our new goal is 1,000 megawatts. That's 1 gigawatt. That's like a nuclear plant. This company is going to go to First North market this spring with Carnegie and DNB, which are helping us with that. And we just the other day we mandated Nordea and DNB to keep on giving out green bonds. That's how we finance our operation, with green bonds. We have several retail green bonds which we issued last year with Avensia and Nordnet. but now we're focusing on the institutional market. And we're very happy and proud that both DNB, Carnegie, and Nordea want to play with us. A couple of years ago, nobody wanted to play with us, so we did everything by ourselves. But now they're running around the office, so to speak. And we're proud of that. This is our largest installation. It's 13 megawatts, 18 football fields on one roof. It's China's largest liquor factory. And this cost us about 80 million and will give us 308 million over the 20 years. Excuse me. We also do good. Doing great by doing good is one thing that our partner in China always talks about. So today we've invested about 1,150 million Swedish so far. To build the 1 gigawatt, we will need 5 billion more Swedish. But at this pace, we are saving 124,000 tons of CO2 and compensating for the 50,000 Swedes that will go to Thailand this spring. And that's a big difference in China, because there we replace coal. In Sweden, actually, when you put up solar energy, you don't replace that much CO2, because here it's nuclear and hydropower. But in China and other countries that use a lot of coal and fossil fuels, it's a better investment for the environment. The Swedish market. There's an enormous untapped potential. Sweden has last year, we don't have the 19 figures, of course. Last year, 0.3% of our energy comes from the sun. In Germany, it's almost 8%. The Swedish government says that we're 2040 going to have 10%. So that's about 33 times. So the market is totally untapped. And companies are growing like crazy. You must have seen that this year's supergazelle in Dagens Industri is Svea Solar, 2,200% in 3 years. It's a really good company out in Upplands Väsby, mainly owned by two young guys, Björn and Erik. They're a role model in the industry, really good guys. There are about 17 million buildings in the Nordics, and they have about this amount of kilometers of square roofing and walls. And we don't only want to put solar on the roofs, on the ceilings, on the roofs, but also on the facades. And that's something new. I'll show you some of our products for facades. The Nordic market today is about 3.4 billion. But with 10% solar, it's going to be 100 billion in 2040. So my point with all of these slides is that we've only scratched the surface on the solar business. If you close your eyes and think about solar, you'll see probably pictures like this in your head. Thick polysilicon solar cells on top of villas. This is old school, in my view. In the future, everybody thinks. Svea Solar, Björn and Erik, they sell 99% of these. They think, I know them very well, that this will take over in the future. Integrated aesthetic solar energy. We have invented a couple of those products. There are, of course, competitors, but we are the leading ones within this. This is Soltech Xing El on a multifamily house in Hägersten. Really beautiful, I must say. Don't you think? So this is the roof. If you look on the next picture here, like Elon Musk said 4 years ago when he launched his solar cells, it's not a thing on the roof, it is the roof. Unfortunately, you can't buy Tesla solar tiles today. They have never delivered it. A couple of test installations, but you can't buy it. I dream every day about that Elon Musk and Tesla will succeed. Because if they succeed, that will drive the whole market for integrated aesthetic solar energy, and not the ones on top of the roofs. This is one of our best cases. This is Vasakronan, Sweden's largest building owner. They had an old sheet metal roof, plåttak, that was needed renovation. So they took that away, put a new waterproofing surface, and then instead of putting a new sheet metal roof and solar cells on top, they bought Soltech Xing El. So that is just mounted on the waterproof surface. So that is the roof. I don't know if some of you were at Ferroamp yesterday, but Ferroamp and Soltech is the one that delivered all the technique for this house at Vasakronans in Uppsala, as you see. This is a villa that has our other product, Soltech Roof. You don't almost see it down there. And that's one of our ideas, that you shouldn't almost see that it's solar. This is twice as high, so it costs about 25% less. Only the residential market in Sweden of changing old roofs, is worth about 5 to 6 billion. So if you take the Nordics or Europe or the world, that's an enormous business opportunity. And in the future, I don't think that people will mount the solar cells that are on top. Soltech Facade, that's energy for facades. There are a lot of like a DHL logistics center or stadium warehouse or something like that. All of these facades that don't have windows should, of course, instead of having sheet metal or something else, have solar cells. And this is actually the cheapest one. It's about 5 years payback time, and we have the best revenues on this, the best percentage. So this is a product that we're actually launching after New Year's in 10 different colors. So you can get it gray or red or blue or whatever. So this is a product that would probably come. You can have your logo type. IKEA should have this in blue and then the logo type in yellow. So which villa do you think will be worth most in the future? The one with the top mounted or the integrated one? Especially in the big city areas like Stockholm, Göteborg, Malmö, where a normal villa like this costs 10 million in Täby. I don't think it's going to be so easy to sell if it looks like that in the future, or even now. That's our bet anyway. But we focus so much, Soltech Energy, all up to 2018 on our China business, because that's where it really took off. So management and money, everything was put into China. So we came behind on business, på efterkälken in Swedish, on our lovely products. So what do? When the whole market buys fat TVs, when we've invented the platt TV, what do? You have to focus on marketing, sales, and so forth. So we thought, let's go buy companies. Because when you have 31,000 shareholders, they call you and they email you and say, what's happening? Come on, let's get moving, get some new shoes, run faster. So I bought 3 companies this first quarter. Nydal Solenergi, which was focused on aesthetics. They were resellers of Monnier, one of the largest roofing companies in the world. They're a competitive product to ours. Of course, they don't sell that anymore. They sell ours. MP Gruppen is a roofing company, and Sweden Energy is a company focused on business to business in solar. Now our strategy is to, next week or something like that, when we're going to launch our new website. This is not our graphical profile. People that know our company know that it looks different today. But we're going to change the graphical profile for all the companies, but they're going to keep their names. Nydal Solenergi here, we bought 51% in January, and in September we bought up the rest. Why did we do that? Because we want one company to be focused on. When I buy the next roofing company, they need help to become a roofing solar company. And if Nydal Solenergi is on an earnout, he's going to get his second pay and his third pay, depending on his revenues and his bottom line. He's not going to help this roofing company. So that's why we bought them and made them Soltech Sales and Support. So they're going to focus on helping the companies that we buy become solar roof companies, solar electrician companies, and so forth. If you're in this business, you need to know roofs. There's a big problem for these companies, especially on flat roofs. When the solar company comes, 22, 23-year-old guys and gals that have had 5 or 4 days of education, and they come up and they drill through the waterproof surface and so forth. They don't know anything about roofs. So you got to know roofs to be a solar company, and you got to know the electricity part. So what our idea is to buy core solar companies, roofing companies, electrician companies, facade companies, and so forth, and transform them into solar companies. And why do we focus on roofing and electricity companies? Because there's a big survey that RISE did on the German market, and there's a lot of leakage, and there are fires. because you didn't know how to handle the roof, and the electricians didn't know how to connect everything. We have our own experience. All companies have their own experience from Sweden where this is a problem. So being a listed company, we have to have full quality in every step. And these companies, the roofing companies, are pissed in plain English that they didn't see the solar market go like this. I meet so many companies every week that are up on the roof doing this, and the building owner asked them, "Can you do solar also?" "No, I can't." 3 weeks afterwards, there comes a solar company and maybe puts a hole in the roof, and they have the guarantees and so forth. So that's a big problem. And these companies, the roofing and the electricians and the facade companies, can be bought at sensible valuations, maybe 5, maybe 6 times EBIT 3 years back or something. Most solar companies want 100 times the EBIT. It's crazy valuations. So our success factors are 4: targeted acquisition strategy, solid economic grounds, outstanding product portfolio, our own products, and of course the partnership in China. When we do big installations, it's a really good thing to have the competence over there. Sometimes we fly over our Chinese colleagues to help us here. So we have implemented acquisition strategy. We call it the transformational M&A strategy, where we take solar companies and the other companies I've talked a lot about and try to make them into solar roofing companies and so forth. The transformation will occur in a couple of steps. We will now focus on 2020 to buy a lot of companies to up the delivery capacity, then develop the offerings, and then start building the value. I won't bore you with all these details. There's a lot of text on these 2 slides. After we bought the 3 companies in the first quarter, we needed more money, so we went out and did a rights issue to our shareholders, and we said we need 100 million. It was oversubscribed by 333%, but we only took in 100, and and also shares. We issue new shares. The companies that we buy, we say that at least 20% of the price has to be in shares. So if I buy your company for 10 million, you're going to get 2 million in shares. The companies that we bought this first quarter are really happy because the share was about 7 or 8 kronor then. Now it's around 20. Our financial goals are big and hairy, as a person emailed me and said the other day. We're going to go from about 310, something like that, this year to 4.7 billion in 5 years. That seems pretty crazy, but the market is growing like crazy. And if we buy companies in a high speed, I get every week companies that call me and want to be bought because they have come into financial troubles, solar companies. So far we haven't bought any of them because they have come too far in the financial troubles, so we don't want to take over those problems. Like my quote down there, in a few years it will be decided which players would dominate the solar energy market. We're convinced that we're the winners. We're one of the winners because we have the aesthetic and the integrated solar products, a clear acquisition strategy, and constantly growing new entrepreneurs. If you have one company with 1 or 2 or 3 entrepreneurs, I think that's a pretty big risk. If you buy 5, 10, 20, 30, 40 companies with entrepreneurs, I think that's a better risk portfolio because then you have a lot of people striving for the stars. How we will grow the EBIT, of course, collaboration, centralization. We're already seeing in purchasing. We buy a lot of normal solar cells from, that's something new, I forgot to say that. From this year, we're also selling fat TV because it's not always the aesthetic, the beautiful solar cells that are the right ones. For different roofs on a DHL logistics center, you can just put fat TV. We buy a lot of that from Q-Cells, a Korean-German company. And when we put together our 3-4 companies, they of course got a better deal. Warehousing, logistics, marketing, that's something that we will take over from headquarters. Actually, these small companies are not good at marketing. Their websites are not that professional, so we'll take over all of that. We take 1.5% in management fee from the companies we buy, and they really want something back from that. Some of them say like Leif Östling, vad fan får jag för pengarna? But we're going to strive hard to give them something back within marketing, HR, and so forth. Like I said, we have 31,000 retail. We have 0 institutional. We don't have any big owners, large owners. I own about 3.5%. The chairman owns about 3.5%, and then we have 25,000 shareholders that own less than 500 shares. So it's extremely spread ownership. And we're looking on taking institutional investors going forward. And here is a little movie.
To overcome climate change, we must change the way we live. Reduce waste, cut carbon emissions, and rethink how we use our natural resources. But it's not only about doing less, it's also about living right. Capturing the sun's renewable energy and making it an integrated part of everyday life. From what's right in front of us to what's powering our society. We can thrive within our planetary boundaries. But first, we have to move from sustainability being a sacrifice to a reliable investment. With engineers, roofers, and electricians working together, we make solar technology adaptable, more efficient, and easily accessible for everyone. There's an infinite source of energy right above us. All we need to do is manage it better.
So, that's it. 22 minutes.
Perfect, thank you. We have time for a few questions as well. I think we'll just go right at it.
And you're welcome to contact me here.
Yeah. So firstly, I mean, huge growth potential here.
Yep.
And that tends to attract competition usually.
Yep.
Could you just comment a bit on the competitive dynamics of the market, maybe perhaps for regular solar panels and also the more integrated solutions that you provide?
I see it as the same competitors, because most that are selling regular are now exploring the aesthetic ones. So it's the same companies. But I think there are about 10, 12 large companies that are good competitors. And if somebody's interested in buying, they can contact Svensk Solenergi, who will tell them. Of course, I can help people also. But then there are hundreds and hundreds of small ones that I wouldn't buy from, because they started yesterday. They bought an old Volvo and a what's it called, slap, and they go around and buy old cells from some container in Rotterdam's harbor, and it's a big problem, because they won't be there tomorrow when you get a problem. But there are good competitors, and they're growing, of course.
Yeah. All right, thanks. With respect to time, I'll dive into acquisitions. This is obviously going to be a big part of the story going forward. And you mentioned that you can get companies at sensible multiples and so forth. But I was more curious about the size of these companies. What sort of size are you buying? Is there a sweet spot that you're targeting in terms of what kind of business you're in?
Well, I'd rather buy companies. The ones that we bought had a turnover of 22, 40, respectively 90 this first quarter. We're looking at companies that have a turnover of 10 to 150 million today. But I would rather buy more larger companies, 80, 90, 200 or something, because it's more work to buy a company that has 10 or 15 that has 75 or 100, because they're more professional, the bigger ones.
Yeah.
So, but we're interested in buying good companies for 10 if they have turnover 10 or 150.
Yeah. You also mentioned some companies in the solar industry, they contact you, and want to be saved, basically. Yeah. But in terms of the other, I'm thinking about the roofing companies and so forth. How do you work with targeting these and finding these potential targets?
Well, we have worked with scouting ourselves, and we've got a good pipeline. But now our latest idea is to contact the big four, like PwC and Ernst & Young and so forth, and maybe the 20 biggest in that field, and also the biggest law firms. because they have pitch lists. And when we started doing that a couple of weeks ago, they said, well, I have a job of selling one of my clients, which is a roofing company. So just sign this NDA and we'll send you the information memorandum. So that's our new source that we're really happy for, because all the lawyers and the, what's it called?
I
PVC firms.
understand. Yeah.
Accountants.
And just finally, do you find competition when you're looking for these deals? Are there other actors in the market similar to you, or maybe private equity companies, or how's that?
There is private equity companies. There's one Finnish one that's out scouting the market. But what I hear from the companies that I talk to, that their goal is to buy companies so they get a turnover of 500, 600, 700 million, and then do an exit on Nasdaq or something like that. So they don't actually want to sell to those. Roofing companies, electricians say that I have an offer from another larger roofing company, but if I sell to them, that'll just be the same for me and my colleagues. This is something new. This is solar. This will add something to us. So I'd rather sell to you, if it's the same money, of course.
Yeah, understood. All right. Unfortunately, I think we have to cut it there, but thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
And thanks everyone else. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So we're starting this afternoon with Concordia Maritime. We have Kim Ullman with us, who's the CEO, and I just leave it to you right away. So please go ahead.
Very good. Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about Concordia Maritime. We're the only shipping company on the stock exchange in Stockholm, so I need to be a little bit more precise in what I'm saying, I guess. And just to give some key facts so we know what we're talking about, Concordia Maritime is an international tanker shipping company. We own tankers, we operate around the globe, all over the world, and we have 13 product tankers and 1 crude tanker, meaning that we are transporting crude oil and we're transporting products as well. We're listed in Stockholm since 1984, and 52% of the stock is owned by the Stena Group. Okay, that puts that into perspective. Our business model, what is Concordia Maritime doing? Well, we have ships, but we need to purchase the ships first. So it's part of the model because it's very important to time this right, because the fluctuations in prices are enormous. So you have to make sure that you try to buy at the lower quartile all the time in order to make it through all the years you want to keep the vessel. Then you have the daily operation. You need to know your markets. You need to have a local presence and a global presence. And being Concordia Maritime with just a handful of people, we have an agreement with Stena, who has offices around the globe and more ships to charter than we have. So we're in a good and big company. So that's the daily operation, and the daily operation could be split up in spot charter and time charters and other types of contracts. Then, of course, this is part of a tramp shipping company's business model, is to make sure that read your markets, and when you have a chance to sell at the peak of the market, you should at least try to entertain that. So that is what we are doing, and the reason we should be looking at buying low and selling high is that the volatility in the market is enormous. This is spot market earnings, and no need to be absolutely precise about the levels here, but it could vary from $20,000 a day to $160,000 a day in day rates. So it goes up and it goes down, and that's where the operation comes in to make sure that you get as good spot earnings as possible. But also, I talked about selling ships. Second-hand prices, when spot markets are going up and down, second-hand prices are fluctuating much as well. And we have here, it could be anything from $20 million to $40 million on a product tanker, or on a big crude tanker, it could be anything from $50 million to $160 million worth of assets. So that's why it's important to have that in your business model as well. Tanker industry, what do we do from crude to consumption? You extract the oil, you find the oil in the sea or at land, and you transport the crude oil by Suezmax tankers, VLCCs, very large crude tankers is what that is called. And then you take it to a refinery, and you refine it, and you transport it further on and distribute it from there in product tankers. Whether we like it or not, we still consume 100 million barrels of oil per day, and 70% of the oil that we consume is for transportation. Okay, I told you before, we're part of the Stena sphere, so we have access to a big company with offices around the globe and 19,000 people working there in different shipping segments and other segments as well. And as you know, the group is in wind turbines as well, and other residential areas and units. So we're part of this group, which is good. The fleet, the people who have been following us for quite some time recognize the pictures, I think. It is predominantly product tankers. These 13 ships are product tankers, and right now we're just down to 1 crude oil tanker, after we sold some charters from last year, actually. The fleet is the P-MAX tankers, I should say, the mainstay, the dominant type of ship, is a product tanker that can take 30% more cargo than a standard competing vessel can. And with that, of course, we can offer the cargo owner per unit lower freight, since he's filling it up with the extra 30%. So, and the challenge is, of course, to find charterers and oil companies in the world that are able to fill up the 30%. But we have been successful over the years in doing so. And just to give you an example on where we are right now with some of the ships, these P-Max type vessels with extra beam. Some of them are transporting coastwise products for Petrobras in Brazil, I should say. And that's 2 ships doing that, and another 3rd ship is doing a lot of imports, consecutively doing imports of products from USA to Brazil. So these are just examples of where a charterer or an oil company can actually use the maximum intake on the ships. Then a few years ago, we invested in what we call IMO 2 Max vessels, who has an operational flexibility with different products that it can carry. It's both clean petroleum products, and it's vegetable oils, and it's also chemicals in accordance to the IMO classifications. And that makes it possible for the ship to do as little empty voyages as possible, ballast as we call it. So this ship can actually trade 80% laden and 20% ballast due to the fact that it can combine these different type of cargoes. Not at the same time, but one leg is chemicals, one leg is products, and another leg is veg oil, for instance. We're also engaged in time charter activities. Time charter meaning you rent ships from other ship owners. You don't have to buy them. You don't have to order new ships. You can rent from other ship owners, and we have been doing that for a long time. And just for the last few years, we have had 12 tankers and earned 60 million kroner in contributions to our overall earnings on these short-term time charter positions. Short-term is we rent them for a year or 2. And this we do often in agreement with Stena Bulk, and we have an old agreement with Stena Bulk ever since Concordia Maritime started, and that is that whatever deals, whatever transactions Stena Bulk is involved in, Concordia Maritime has the right of first refusal to take that deal. Sustainability, a lot of focus on sustainability these days. Yes, we do transport oil and we do burn oil when we transport the oil, but we need to do it as best as ever possible. We're following all the various associations and organizations and participate in them. And we are quite open and transparent with what we are emitting and what our safety records are as part of the sustainability. This is just a big list of things, but we put up targets on how much lost time incidents we should have, 0 of course, and number of port state controls resulting in detention, that should be 0, of course. We challenge everything here, and we put it out, and we are open and transparent about it, even if it goes down to medical treatment cases for our crew. And statistically, we're following it every quarter, reporting it. Same with the environmental responsibilities. We put up targets on how much we can reduce our bunker consumption on our ship on a daily basis so that we emit less CO2, SOx, and NOx, of course. And again, put up targets, and quarterly we are reporting it. Okay. 2019 was a challenging year. We have seen that, and so was a couple of years before that too. And why was that? Well, the first half of this year, we had influx of new ships coming to the market in a high degree. We have had refineries that have been in maintenance mode, which they always are, but it's more so this year in preparation for new regulations of bunkers coming in a few weeks' time, January 2020. And we have had OPEC cutting their production during the same time. So there's no surprise that the tanker market was bad the first 6 months. The second half of 2019, we expected lower fleet growth, scrubber installations, ships taken out of the market to install a scrubber. A scrubber is something that is cleaning the exhaust from the engines if you burn high sulfur bunkers. Refineries, well, couldn't maintain their refineries for the full year, so they're ready to go. Maybe some more OPEC oil coming out, and we've seen at least more oil coming out from Middle East Gulf. So we expected the second half to go up. What happened in reality was that we made a little profit in Q1, nothing to talk about, and we did through these bad quarters losses, as you can see in Q2 and Q3. For the reasons I just mentioned, some key figures for the company: total assets 3.6 billion, equity ratio 30%, small market cap of 675 million SEK, and a net asset value per share of 20 kronor and 90 öre, based on September 30 quarterly report. Q4 we'll report in January, 30th of January. When I say however, 2019 was bad, what did we say in Q1 of 2019? Well, we said, this is an extract from one of the presentations then, that we expect the second half of 2019 to start a positive trend, and that it should be the beginning of the next upturn in tanker transportation. And what happened? Well, first of all, you could say that 2019 was, even throughout the year, higher than 2018. It's a poor comfort because 2018 was really bad. But in Q4, the market did turn up. It went up as we expected. In all fairness, we had expected it to happen a little bit earlier, but we realized when it came pretty firm, and it went up here. So this is a market index showing that the market did go up. Will you see that all of that in our Q4 report? No, probably not, because there is always a bit of a time lag, because we had during this quarter, fixed ships in the third quarter that lasts a fair bit or a fair part of Q4. But there is always a delaying effect, but it will show up sooner or later. We have seen the market has turned, so we are where we expected it, and we believe that this is the beginning of the next upturn in the tanker shipping market. What drives the market, and why do we think that? Well, demand and supply, that's the old traditional thing. And what is on the demand side for tankers? World economy has an impact, of course, but more so the demand for oil. Oil prices, changes in OPEC and US production, of course, and trading patterns are things that has an effect on the demand side. We say stable GDP. Well, yes, whether it is stable or not, I'm not sure. I mean, we've seen 3.8, 3.9 for quite some time. It's been revised down, so it's over 3. But unless there is a big trade war between US and China, we expect the world economy to move on. Demand for oil, and again, whether we like it or not, I mean, it is expected to continue to increase. It has been increasing ever since 80s, and now we're at over 100 million barrels a day. There are changes in trading patterns. IMO has come out with a new sulfur directive saying that all bunkers need to be maximum 0.5 sulfur content. And this will mean that all the crude oil, all the new crude oil that is found in the West, US and Brazil predominantly. And the growth of the consumption is in the East. So we'll see crude oil going this way, high sulfur products, lots of old refineries in the West producing high sulfur products will go to the East, to more modern refineries, and go back as low sulfur products. So we'll see some change in trading patterns, which is good for the tanker industry per se. US is exporting a lot of both crude oil and products. So that's good. So that's the demand side. On the supply side, we always have to take a look at the shipyard capacity, of course. There is a constant overcapacity on the shipyard, unfortunately. Even though it's gone down last few years, there is an overcapacity. New regulations coming in, what kind of engines should we have going forward, things like that, ballast water treatment system and so on. This is what we have to take a good look at. How big is the order book? How many ships are coming? Can we expect? And what's the scrapping situation? And on the order book, it's kind of promising to see that if as I just said, the demand is picking up. We can see that the competition, so to speak, newer ships is on a record low level. It's only 6.5% new orders in comparison to the order book. And it's haven't been that low for quite some time. And this is good. And we don't see so many new orders going in either, which is even better, because in such a case, this one will start to go up again. So the next few years looks very promising. So, as a summary of the market part, there are several factors supporting a cyclical upswing next few years. We've been through it already, the robust oil demand, it's there. We have been through times and cycles with high inventories, with lots of oil sitting in consumer countries' stocks. That is now finally down to a more standard or normal level. The fleet composition, I said before, not so many orders and not so many deliveries. And then we have the consequences from this IMO 2020. Ships going into scrubber installations. There's a lot of arbitrages, price differences opening up around the globe, because this low sulfur fuel oils will be transported to various refineries. There will be inefficiencies and the trade growth in general. There might be ships being used as floating storage as well. These are consequences for the IMO. These are robust. And then you have the geopolitics, as you always have. The geopolitics has a bit of a tendency to exaggerate the upturn when they are there. So when we had the drone attacks, for instance, the market shot up exceptionally high for a few weeks in October. And we have the Iran situation, the Brexit situation, and of course, US, China. And of course, winter times mean longer port stay. Weather is normally a little bit bad. So if you put all these factors into this little scale here, we see that the demand is roughly growing by 3-4%, and the supply only on a per year basis. Forget about the 6.5% I said before. This is the net growth per year of ships coming in, which is to be compared to the net growth of demand. So that concludes it actually. Market-wise, we're at the beginning of the next upturn in tanker shipping. We have seen it has started already. So finally, do not have to stand here and say that it will come in so many months. It has started already. And we have a good operation. Ships are functioning, well positioned to take advantage of this market, as a matter of fact. So that concludes the presentation part.
All right. Thank you very much. I guess One question to start off with is, obviously, I mean, you're seeing the market coming around now, finally, and the outlook for 2020, 2021 is favorable in your opinion. You mentioned geopolitics as a potential risk. Do you see any other risk that would make you change this view? What are the other main risks that this market is facing?
I say that it is a full-blown out trade war between USA and China, because it will have, you know, lots of effects on other areas too. It's not that I'm seeing a lot less oil being shipped necessarily short term, but over time, if you have a trade war, you have less GDP. If you have less GDP, you have less oil consumption. So I would say that is the biggest risk.
Yeah. And if the market develops positively as you're expecting in the next year, for you potentially that would mean that you would generate quite a substantial amount of cash, for example. What would you do with that cash that you have generated?
Let's generate them first, and then we see. But of course, no, I like to grow. I like to grow the company, of course. So if you were to ask whether we'd, you know, pay back loans or and so on, I'd say that the growth story is really what I would like to look forward to. You know, buying more ships. Yeah,
Buying more ships.
Yeah, simple as that.
And also one thing I was thinking is, if you enter 2020, would you consider expanding your time charter coverage in this market?
No and yes. No, not now at these prices. We're fine as we are.
Yeah.
We have 85% on the spot. We have 15% time charter. And that's good for now. Now we should enjoy the high market. When the high market has been around for a year or so, yes, maybe then it's time to do time charter, lock that in for a longer period.
Yeah, understood. And just one other thing then. You showed some metrics here from your balance sheet, and what stands out here is that you're basically trading at half of your book value at this point. Would it make sense for you at some point to do a share repurchase? Is that a route that you could potentially take, you think?
We've never done it before, and I don't think it will happen, actually. I know it's cheap, and it's unfortunate to see it that cheap all the time, but no, we'd rather, you know, continue our operation and buy ships for our operation.
Yeah. And also then a bit of gossip maybe, or I read in this article last week in Dagens Industri that your main shareholder was mentioning thoughts about maybe listing the company in Norway, for example.
Did he?
And I don't know if you can probably not comment on that specifically, but if you would do such a thing, what would be the reasonings behind such a move? And would you stay listed in Stockholm?
Well, as I said to start with, you know, we were the only shipping company and the only tanker company on the entire stock exchange in Stockholm. In Oslo, it's quite different. Whether it's 20 or 30 shipping companies there, I'm not sure, but it's a big chunk. Norway, you know, has had shipping as an industry, main industry for a long time. So we believe that we should have more interest, more coverage, and better analysis of our company if we went there. So I think that would be a good thing for Concordia to do that, actually.
But would you consider staying listed in Sweden as well? No.
Have to revert on that.
Okay. And I guess just one final thing. IMO 2020, the sulfur regulation. How have you approached this, and how are you handling the implied increased cost that would come from this?
That's a good question. I mean, we know what's coming, and it's definite. And the compliant fuel that you are allowed to burn is 0.5% sulfur. That product is, of course, going to be double the price of the high sulfur, for obvious reasons, because there's a lot of need for this low sulfur now, and there's not so much need for the high sulfur. But in our segment in the tanker industry, product tankers, 50,000 ton deadweight and smaller, 90% of the fleet do not have scrubbers on board, do not clean the air, and thereby being able to buy the cheaper bunker. So we're in good company, so to speak. 90% of our competitors will have the same issue, and that is to purchase the more expensive bunker. But we are then going to put it into our calculations, and if 90% of the fleet does that, we'll push it over to whoever wants to charter our vessel.
Understood.
So we're pushing it to the customer.
All right. Understood. All right. Thank you. That's all the time we had. Thank you so much for coming.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, varmt välkomna hit. Staffan Bülow heter jag och är aktieanalytiker på ABG där jag täcker bygg- och fastighetssektorn. Med oss här idag har vi ett fastighetsbolag som heter Fastpartner och det är Kristoffer Johansson som är vice vd som ska presentera Fastpartner. Varsågod.
Tack. Ja, hej alla. Jag är vice vd på Fastpartner, Kristoffer Johansson. Ja, jag hoppas att jag ska kunna motverka eventuell lunchkoma så här efter lunch och presentera någonting som ni tycker är spännande. Så att det jag vill tala om idag, 3 saker. Tillväxt. Vi vill se en tillväxt med 10% per år på vårt förvaltningsresultat. Det är mycket viktigt. Förädling. Vi vill gå mot en finare och finare portfölj av fastigheter i bra lägen. Och konsolidering. Vi emitterar en D-aktie nu för att komma upp till investment grade hos Moody's. Vi har 2 steg kvar på deras skala tills vi kommer till investment grade. Men lite snabbt då. Fastpartner. Vi är ett av de, ska man säga, 10 största börsnoterade fastighetsbolagen med inriktning mot kommersiella fastigheter. En stor koncentration av beståndet till Stockholm, men vi finns även i Göteborg, Malmö, Gävle, Norrköping och sedan en tid tillbaka även Uppsala. Ja, ungefär hälften av beståndet idag är kontorsytor och där har man ju sett en förändring över de senaste 10 åren. 203 fastigheter och 26 miljarder i värde. 1,5 miljon kvadratmeter yta. Och som ni ser här på bilden så är det ett av våra senaste förvärv som vi tillträder nästa år. NCC:s huvudkontor som ligger i Solna. Ja, en väldigt fin fastighet som vi mycket ser fram emot och få tillträda och förvalta med NCC som hyresgäster. Sen finns det, de hyr inte riktigt hela huset. Högst upp så har vi 3M och så finns det en yta här bakom som kommer att ha en annan hyresgäst också. Ja, men som sagt, tillväxt är viktigt för oss. Och på den här kurvan så ser man hur hyresvärdet i vår portfölj har vuxit under de senaste 10 åren. Från lite mindre än 0,5 miljard upp till idag 1,8 miljarder i hyresvärde. Och mycket av den här tillväxten sker ju i Stockholm. Så att ungefär 80% av beståndet finns ju i Stockholmsområdet. Så det innebär det att köper vi 5 fastigheter som är värda lika mycket eller har lika mycket hyresvärde så kommer 4 av de köpen vara i Stockholm. Och det här med att vara i Stockholm, det har ju varit en otroligt bra strategi. För att vi har haft ungefär 80% i Stockholm så har det sett ut under de senaste 10 åren. Och längre tillbaka än så. Och tittar man på Stockholmsområdet så har det under de här senaste 18 åren vuxit med 0,5 miljon invånare. Det tillsammans med låga räntor och lite som en funktion över det här, stigande hyror. Ja, det har ju varit en fantastisk mix för ett fastighetsbolag. Och när man får stigande fastighetsvärden, ja, det är ju nästan lika bra som att plocka in pengar från investerare. Det bygger ju på det egna kapitalet. Så att det tillsammans med andra faktorer har gjort att vi har lyckats hålla den här tillväxten som snittar över 10% per år i förvaltningsresultat. Vi har tagit på oss utmaningar tid till annan. Vi köpte en stor portfölj av Castellum 2014 med mycket vakanser. Det är sånt som tar lite tid att arbeta ut, men successivt så lyckas vi fylla de här vakanserna. Det gör vi bland annat genom att ändra användningen av ytor. Så att i vissa kontorsfastigheter har vi byggt hotell, i andra ute på Lidingö så har vi till exempel byggt ett äldreboende på 5000 kvadrat. Så på det sättet arbetar vi oss igenom vakanser. Och ibland så hyr vi ut det till kontor. Då, så att, vi har haft en framgångsrik uthyrning och det har lett till att vi ser vakanserna sjunka. Och ja, som sagt, hälften av ytan är kontor och det är någonting som vi har liksom strävat mot under de senaste åren. Och går man tillbaks 10 år, då ser man ju att industri var den största andelen i vårt portfölj. Men det har successivt sjunkit och blivit en allt mindre del. Så att nu har vi ju kontor, lager, logistik, men även handel och samhällsfastigheter, en betydande del av portföljen. Och vi ser ju att hos industri och lager så ser vi ingen stor potential att höja hyrorna, men däremot i kontor, samhällsfastigheter och butiker, de har ju haft en bra utveckling i början av 2010-talet, lite sämre nu, men där ser vi att det är en större potential att få upp hyresnivåerna. Och som sagt, i den här växande portföljen av kontorsfastigheter som har en koncentration i Stockholmsområdet, så hittar man ju många fina fastigheter. Så förutom NCCs huvudkontor så har vi närmare 100 000 kvadrat i Frösunda. I början av året tillträdde vi Solna port som man ser här. Men vi har även fastigheten Hilton 2 och Hilton 5 som ligger i Frösunda. Här har vi vår kanske finaste fastighet på Östermalmstorg, Krejaren. Nasdaq och Gants huvudkontor ute i Frihamnen. Oxarna på Luntmakargatan och Patent- och registreringsverkets huvudkontor på Vallalavägen. Och här har vi ett kontor i Liljeholmen för Assa. Så att tillsammans utgör de här fastigheterna en 108 000 kvadrat och ett fastighetsvärde på 10,5 miljarder. Ja, så att det var, och jag ser, om man går tillbaka här, jag ser att liksom vi kommer fortsatt vara intresserade av att förvärva den här typen av fastigheter som ni ser på bilden. Men givetvis ska man nå en tillväxt på 10% per år får ju avkastningen på det man förvärvar inte bli för låg. Så det är också viktigt för oss. Så vi tittar ju även på de här andra marknaderna, Göteborg, Malmö, Gävle, Norrköping och Uppsala för att hitta bra investeringsobjekt med lite utvecklingspotential som avkastar bra så vi kan nå 10% i tillväxt. Men absolut, fokus är ju Stockholm. Och ibland så ligger man där och utvärderar många potentiella affärer så hittar man lite guldkorn. Och jag tycker att NCC-fastigheten är ett sånt utan att gå in i detalj på hur bra den affären är. Om man tittar på konsolidering då, balansräkningen. Så att här har jag ställt upp lite de viktigaste posterna för oss. Så att givetvis att vi har en bra dialog med våra hyresgäster som betalar hyror till oss. Det är ju det absolut viktigaste. Det är ju den största intäkten vi har. Och sen om man tittar på kostnadssidan då, vad är viktigt då? Ja, den största kostnaden ett fastighetsbolag har är inte helt oväntat. Det är ju räntor. Så att den blir ju väldigt viktig att arbeta med. Och det är ju därför vi går mot investment grade. För att det kommer sänka våra upplåningskostnader. Sen finns det ju andra poster. Att försöka hyra ut de vakanser man har. Väldigt viktigt. Och sen har man administrationskostnader. Fastighetsskatt är en betydande kostnad. Och fjärrvärme, elektricitet och underhåll. Men som sagt, viktigaste där är de räntorna man betalar. Ja, så att vi har ju sedan tidigare ett mål på att nå ett rullande förvaltningsresultat på 950 miljoner kronor per år. Senaste rapporten var vi på 875. Nu har vi förvärvat då med de här senaste förvärven, NCCs huvudkontor, en fastighet i Uppsala och sen en lite mindre fastighet i Göteborg och en lite mindre i Gävle under året. Men tillsammans så har vi intäkter där på 100 miljoner ungefär. Och med det sagt så ser vi ju ut och ligga bra till för att uppnå det målet vi har på 950 kronor rullande förvaltningsresultat till utgången av nästa år. Men som sagt, vi kommer inte nöja oss med 950 utan vi vill fortsätta växa förvaltningsresultatet med 10% per år. Och ja, i huvudsak så kommer vi göra det genom att använda årets resultat som blir kvar. Och vi vill ju inte gå upp i belåning så vi kommer ligga på en belåningsgrad som vi gör nu, runt 50%. Och med det sagt då så har vi en budget på strax över miljarden som vi kan investera. Och då kan vi ju välja att köpa nya fastigheter för det. Men vi kan ju också investera i vårt befintliga bestånd. Och har man ägt fastigheter som vi har gjort under lång tid i Stockholm, då dyker det ju upp väldigt många potentiella projekt. Och det här är ju sådana här projekt som vi kan beta av när läget uppstår. När vi hittar en hyresgäst, när villkoren är de rätta. Och där kan vi ju hitta avkastningar som är ett par procentenheter högre än det vi kan förvärva för ute på marknaden. Så att det är ett väldigt intressant alternativ till att göra förvärv, att investera och bygga nya fastigheter och bygga om befintliga fastigheter. Men givetvis för att nå de här 10% i ökat förvaltningsresultat, vi ska minska vakanserna och höja hyrorna i portföljen. Så om vi tittar lite historiskt då, hur har vi gjort? Så att som jag sa, 2013, 14, ja, även 15, mycket förvärv. Vi förvärvade en hel del vakanser som vi håller på att arbeta ut nu. Så att de röda staplarna här är våra förvärv av nya fastigheter och de blå staplarna är investeringar i våra befintliga fastigheter. Och linjen här är vårt rullande förvaltningsresultat. I den här stapeln som är rätt stor i år, i den ligger ju Solna Port och det ligger också fastigheten vi precis tillträdde i Uppsala. Den här gula stapeln här, det är NCCs huvudkontor som vi tillträder i början på nästa år. Ni ser en trend här bland de blåa staplarna att successivt väljer vi att investera mer och mer i vårt bestånd. Det är ju naturligt, beståndet växer ju, men också med sjunkande räntor så har det ju blivit en allt attraktivare placering för vårt kapital i vårt egna bestånd. Just på grund av den anledningen jag sa att vi kan hitta väldigt goda avkastningar där. Och ja, framgent så tror jag att trenden kommer fortsätta vara ungefär något liknande. De blåa staplarna kommer öka på lite så saktliga och de röda kommer ligga kvar i den här nivån här strax över 1000-strecket. Och för att gå in lite på den här lite kryddan då, som finns i portföljen, om man liksom vill se till att springa på lite. Så att först våra byggrätter i Västberga här. I rött så finns de 2 områdena inringade. Och tillsammans här så har vi ungefär en 40 000 kvadrat kommersiellt vi kan bygga. Västberga är ett väldigt attraktivt område. Det ligger ju precis på tröskeln in till city. Så att när allt mer e-handel kommer blir de här lägena blir allt viktigare då. För det här är ju den här sista distributionssträckan in mot stan som du kan lösa genom att vara etablerade i de här lägena. Så att det är ett väldigt spännande projekt där vi är precis i slutskedet av detaljplan. I grönt här har man tunnelbanestation inringat och så ser ni E4 i mitten. Riksby, något liknande Västberga, också på tröskeln in till city vid Bromma flygplats. Här har vi ägt en stor anläggning från tidigare användes av Volvo Aero för att serva jetmotorer. Nu kommer det bli delvis bostäder, delvis kommersiellt i området. Jag ber om ursäkt för den lite kladdiga ritningen, men här har man ritat in dels ett område som vi blir markanvisade bostäder och ett område där vi blir markanvisade för kommersiella byggnader som kommer fungera som ett bullerplank ut mot flygplatsen. Också ett projekt som kommer bli ofantligt bra. Så att tillsammans där är det ungefär 60 000 kvadratmeter både kommersiellt och bostäder. Tyvärr några år fram i tiden. Tänkte också att jag ska nämna några andra sådana här projekt som är pågående. Så vår fastighet från 89 där Assa är ankarhyresgäst nere i Liljeholmen där. Den undergår just nu en stamrenovering där vi uppgraderar hela fastigheten, både teknik och ytskikt. Och det kommer ju resultera i en väldigt fin fastighet med potential att höja hyran avsevärt. Så att det blir en väldigt god affär, nästan ännu bättre än att bygga nytt. Dessutom kan man liksom återanvända en stomme i en fastighet så här, så gör man ju någonting väldigt bra för miljön. Boverket har på sin hemsida att 40% av miljöbelastningen för en fastighet kommer från byggnationen och materialet som ingår, betongen, järnet, och 60% under byggnadens livstid som är ändå avsevärd om de räknar på närmare 100 år. Så att det är tänkvärt. Det miljövänliga är inte att riva och bygga en ny miljöbyggnad, utan det är att försöka återanvända en byggnad. Givetvis så har ju det sina begränsningar och problem, men mycket går att lösa på ett bra sätt. I mitten här har vi bostäder som vi bygger ute i Märsta just nu. Så att det kommer bli färdigställt här nästa år. Och längst ner här så har vi en lagerhall som vi bygger i Göteborg. Förutom de kommersiella byggena så har vi även lite byggrätter på bostäder. Just nu så rullar ju vårt JV med Slättö i Bromsten. Och där vi har sålt en del till Bearings. Men vi har ju även byggrätter på väldigt bra bostadslägen uppe i Årsta och mer i Sundbyberg. Och det är ju sånt som vi successivt, det tar ju tid med detaljplaner, men successivt rullar in i portföljen som lite krydda. Ja, miljöarbetet är som sagt viktigt för oss. Så att år till år sänker vi vår miljöbelastning. Så att i termer av koldioxid per kvadratmeter så är det nästan en sänkning med 14% från 2017 till 2018. Men det finns ju flera aspekter än så. Vi håller på att aktivt försöka klassa allt fler byggnader. Så ungefär 30% av fastighetsvärdet är klassat som miljöbyggnader idag. Och vi har för avsikt att öka det. Och grön finansiering blir allt viktigare. Och lite siffror och statistik. Det går att borra sig ner ordentligt i fastigheter och vilka delar som drar energi och så vidare. Inget jag går vidare in på här nu. Men jag vill bara understryka att det är ett arbete vi gör och det är viktigt för oss. Ja, tack så mycket. Och som sagt...
Ja, då ska vi gå in på lite frågor också. Och till att börja med så tänkte jag att vi kan fråga om lite där det börjar prestationen. Du nämnde D-aktier, vilket är ett instrument som introducerades ganska nyligen, 2016 av Sagax, och sen har allt fler fastighetsbolag börjat använda D-aktier. Och vad är egentligen generellt anledningen till att man väljer D-aktier och inte preferensaktier eller hybridobligationer? Vad är fördelen med det helt enkelt?
Ja, den stora anledningen till att vi väljer D-aktier istället för preferensaktier, det har ju att göra med ratinginstitutens syn på det kapitalet. Och de har en positivare syn till D-aktien än preferensaktier.
Okej. Sen om man tittar på ett bestånd så är det ganska blandat. Det finns framförallt kontor, produktion, logistik, lager, samhällsfastigheter och så vidare. Och så som det ser ut nu i dagsläget, är det något segment som ni tycker är extra intressant?
Ja, men absolut. Kontor.
Och kontor är ju väldigt tätt i Stockholm. Yielderna är på all time lows, hyrorna är på all time highs. Hur länge kan det här fortsätta?
Ja, precis. Man ska komma ihåg att kontorsmarknaden, beroende på var du är någonstans, så är den ju lite tudelad. Så inne på Östermalm där har vi ju topphyror som närmar sig 10 000 kronor i kvadraten. Men kommer ut en bit i Solna, då ser det ju inte ut så längre. Så att där är ju hyrorna betydligt lägre, men ändå högre än om du kommer ännu lite längre ut. Så att absolut, marknaden inne i city, den känns rätt toppad. Men på vägen längre ut från city så finns det fortfarande ställen med potential i kontorshyrorna.
Och ni har ju gjort 2 ganska stora förvärv i Solna. Ett relativt nyligen, NCC-kontoret och Solna Port 2018. Och var det huvudsakligen läget som gjorde att ni gjorde de här transaktionerna, eller var det transaktionsvillkoren som var bra?
Nej, men allting ska ju stämma, så vi gör ju ingen transaktion om den är dålig. Så att givetvis väldigt bra transaktionsvillkor för oss. Men sen det som händer ute i Solna runt arenastaden där, det är ju det att Stockholm får ju ett andra affärsdistrikt för kontor. Som absolut city är det mest intressanta för företag. Men i andra hand så är det väldigt många företag som kan tänka sig en etablering ute runt arenastaden där. Det är inget, företag tycker inte att det är något det är inget nerköp, utan det kan till och med vara liksom något positivt att flytta dit. Det är allting är modernt där ute, och det har ju väldigt bra service och ett väldigt bra kommunikationsläge som blir ännu bättre när tunnelbanan byggs ut.
Hur ser konkurrensen ut på transaktionsmarknaden för er del? Är det några återkommande konkurrenter som alltid finns med, eller ser det blandat ut?
Nej, men det är ju fastigheter, det är ju hett, det vet ju alla. Så att det är tuff transaktionsmarknad, och den blir inte mindre tuff av att vi har sett ett asiatiskt kapital komma in och är intresserade av europeiska fastigheter. Men när man är, då finns det en fördel med att vara ett ägarlett bolag. Vi har ju korta beslutsvägar så att det gör ju det att vi kan utnyttja vår snabbhet för att komma före konkurrensen.
Okej, det är allt vi hinner med här för den här presentationen. Tack så mycket Kristoffer och Fastpartner.
Tack så mycket.
Okej, då kör vi igång. Välkomna hit. Stefan Bilov heter jag och är bygg- och fastighetsanalytiker på ABG. Vi fortsätter på temat fastigheter och vi har med oss Stendörren här, vd och CFO som ska få presentera sig själva. Varsågoda.
Hej allihopa! Mikael Nicander heter jag och är vd på Stendörren.
Magnus Sundell heter jag, CFO på samma bolag.
Ja, då kör vi igång.
Ja.
Vi kommer lite...
Ja. Vi kastar oss rakt in här då.
Precis.
Ja.
Vi kommer gå igenom lite grann vår affärsmodell och varför vi gör det och vilka finansiella mål vi har.
Ja, och lite grann också om hur vår finansiella performance har varit här upp till den senaste avlämnade rapporten som det var för tredje kvartalet här för några veckor sedan. Ja. Vill du köra där? Eller?
Jag kan hoppa in. Om man tittar på historiken, vi har funnits på börsen sedan 2014, i november närmare bestämt, så startade vi med 32 fastigheter, ungefär 2,2 miljarder i fastighetsvärde. Nu är vi uppe i knappt 9 miljarder och 122 fastigheter. Och det man kan se är att vår tillväxttakt har klingat av lite grann under 2019, vilket i huvudsak beror på att vi hade en enormt stark tillväxt under 2018 och har jobbat det här året med att ta emot alla fastigheter och sätta organisationen på plats som ska sköta om fastigheterna. Så därför ser vi ett litet hack i vår tillväxtkurva. Och under 2019 så fick vi också en ny huvudägare som heter EQT, som äger knappt 60% av rösterna i bolaget. Vår idé är att vi ska ha allting in-house. Vi har förvaltning, fastighetstekniker, projektutvecklare, uthyrning in-house. Och det beror väldigt mycket på att vi vill sitta nära våra kunder, vi vill äga våra kunder och all relation till kunderna ska ske av anställd personal. Idag har vi cirka 54 stycken anställda i bolaget. Vi ska gå igenom 4 stycken olika delar. Vi ska titta på våra starka kassaflöden, att vi ska fortsätta växa. Och vilka tillväxtmöjligheter vi har i våra olika projekt och att vi faktiskt har en hög riskjusterad avkastning i den portföljen som vi äger. Så om vi börjar med att titta på kassaflödet så ser vi några olika pajer här. Om vi börjar längst till vänster så ser vi fördelningen på de ytorna vi har. Ungefär 2/3 av våra ytor om man tittar på helheten är det man kallar för lagerlätt industri logistik. Vi har ungefär 20% kontor, 10% retail och mycket av kontoren är ju komplement till de andra ytorna som består av 2/3. Största delen har vi i Storstockholm, by far. Vi har också lite grann i Mälardalen. Om man tittar på hyresgästmixen som vi har i de olika fastigheterna så är ungefär 20% av våra fastigheter så kallade single tenants, det vill säga en hyresgäst, en fastighet. Resten av dem är multitenant som man brukar säga. Det vill säga att det är fler än en hyresgäst som sitter i husen som vi äger. Fortsatt tillväxt. 85% har vi i Storstockholm. Och varför Storstockholm? Jo, det är den regionen i Sverige som växer absolut starkast. Vi har också tittat lite grann på den typen av ytor som vi har. Vi har ju huvudsakligen då lätt industri och logistik. Det är ytor som över tid har minskat per invånare i kvadratmeter. Trots att vi som konsumenter och medborgare faktiskt efterfrågar den här typen av produkter och tjänster i större omfattning. Man har också sett när man tittar på stadsutvecklingsområden. Man kan ta till exempel Hammarby Sjöstad som en gång i tiden hette Hammarby industriområde. Det finns ju inte längre och det är fler sådana områden som successivt har försvunnit medan nya områden lite längre ut växer upp för att ta hand om den här typen av kunder. Ja. Projekt. Vi har 15% av vår balansräkning ligger i projektfastigheter. Vi driver detaljplaner på olika ställen. Just den här bilden som ni ser här är tegelbruket. Ligger i Botkyrka precis på gränsen till Huddinge. Här har vi under en lång tid jobbat med att ta fram en ny detaljplan som vi har gjort och som vi också presenterade i Q2-rapporten. Det är en detaljplan som innehåller ungefär 800 lägenheter och dessutom 10 000 kvadratmeter kommersiellt. Mitt i ett kluster där vi sedan tidigare har ungefär 40 000 kvadratmeter kommersiellt på ömse sidor av E4 som ni ser. Ja, det här ska vara E4. Precis. Ja. Den andra stora området som vi jobbar med det är det som vi har döpt till Green Hub. Green Hub är ett stort område som ligger i Bro, i Upplands Bro kommun. Utpekat av RUF som ett framtida logistikläge för grön logistik. Vi har spårbunden till det här området. Vi har enorma utvecklingsmöjligheter på det här området där vi jobbar tillsammans med kommunen för att möjliggöra det här på bästa möjliga sätt. Ja, där kanske du ska säga något om.
Det brukar bli så när det blir siffror så får CFO göra. Här är en bild, jag försöker illustrera ungefär hur vi tjänar pengar. Och nu hörde jag att Fastpartner var här inne och gjorde en alldeles förträfflig dragning om hur ett fastighetsbolag tjänar pengar. Men för att slå in den spiken lite extra då. Så 2 grafer här. Dels den till höger, return on equity, allting står ju på engelska här. Alltså avkastning på eget kapital som vi ser i snitt 18% över den här perioden. Sen varierar den rätt mycket över tid. Och den variationen beror i allt väsentligt på att vi har värdeuppgångar i portföljen som är lite olika över tid. Då. Och den andra delen av avkastningen det är vårt kassaflöde. Och här ser vi hur vår balansräkning har växt så kvartal för kvartal sedan 2017 och framåt. Som Micke var inne på lite tidigare så har tillväxten kommit lite ryckvis, inte helt jämnt fördelat över tid. Och den övre linjen här, jag kan se om jag kan lysa lite på den. Det där är vår genomsnittliga direktavkastning. Det är alltså överskottet som fastigheterna producerar i förhållande till balansräkningsvärdet. Och den nedre kurvan som är ganska platt längst ner här. Det är vår genomsnittliga räntekostnad. Det där arbitraget mellan avkastning på fastigheterna kontra vad vi betalar för pengarna. Det är det som vi lever av varje dag. Det är det som ger liksom vårt förvaltningsresultat. Som sagt, aktieägarnas ett av de 3 viktiga målen som vår styrelse har satt för oss är att ge aktieägarna avkastning på eget kapital. Den är alltså en kombination av värdeförändringar på fastigheterna och direktavkastning från portföljen. Sen kan man tycka att den dippar lite på slutet här. Och det är ju helt korrekt. Och det beror i allt väsentligt på några engångsposter som jag tänkte berätta lite mer om. Då kommer vi till det som heter Financial Performance. Upp till Q3 i år så har vi levererat 443 miljoner i hyresintäkter och så vidare. Jag behöver inte dra alla siffror på bilden. Men om man ska visa vad vår måluppfyllelse är. Som jag sa så har vi 3 huvudsakliga mål som vår styrelse har gett oss. Och det är just det avkastning på eget kapital till vänster. Som varierar över tid. Framförallt återigen då beroende på att vi har haft olika värdeuppgångar i portföljen. Kombinerat med vår direktavkastning. ICR, Interest Coverage Ratio står det för. Alltså räntetäckningsgrad. Hur många gånger om kan vi betala våra räntor? Och där har vi ett mål på att minst 2 gånger om ska vi klara av det. Och det har vi också gjort med marginal över den här perioden. Förutom lite grann nu på slutet här där vi dippar lite grann. Återigen beroende på ganska stora engångskostnader som vi tog i samband med den här budprocessen som var på Stendörren så här års förra året när EQT då gick in och tog över huvudägarskapet för bolaget. Där var vi tvungna att ta en finansiell försäkring för att säkerställa att vi inte behövde lösa in alla obligationer som var utestående när man får en ny huvudägare. Det är en kontraktuell klausul i våra obligationsavtal som säger det, att vi måste göra det. Det behövde vi inte göra för det var inga obligationer som kom tillbaka så alla ville ha kvar dem. Men icke desto mindre var vi tvungna att ta den kostnaden. Och slutligen equity ratio, soliditet. Där har vi också ett mål på att vi ska ligga långsiktigt på någonstans kring 35%, vilket vi ligger ganska väl här. Sen dippade det lite grann under en period där för att vi växte ganska kraftigt helt lånefinansierat. Så bland annat därför så gjorde vi en emission här nu i tredje kvartalet som gick av en hybridobligation som ju räknas som eget kapital och därför har vi en kick upp till 40% nivån där. Ett annat sätt att visa hur vi tjänar pengar för den som inte är jättevan att läsa ett fastighetsbolags resultaträkning så har vi valt att visa det här lite grafiskt så här. Och det här är nu ett snitt över den senaste 12 månadersperioden. Alltså inte bara de 9 månaderna för 2019 utan egentligen från Q4 förra året fram till Q3 i år. Så har vi en vinst efter skatt på 264 miljoner. Och den byggs upp av några block. Och det är huvudsakligen då hyresintäkter. Alltså total hyra vid full uthyrning minus den vakans vi har. Hade vi haft alla våra vakanta kvadratmeter uthyrda hade vi tjänat 80 miljoner till. Men den är någonting vi har att jobba med. Driftkostnader och administrationskostnader för den centrala administrationen och finansieringskostnader dras ner till det vi kallar för förvaltningsresultat. Och det är egentligen det viktigaste resultatmåttet som släpande på 12 månader ligger runt 150 miljoner. Sen kommer då värdeförändringarna i portföljen i och med att vi marknadsvärderar våra fastigheter varje kvartal över resultaträkningen. Så har vi typiskt sett en ganska stor post här som alla andra fastighetsbolag också. Ungefär 200 miljoner där minus skatt som i allt väsentligt är uppskjuten skatt på just värdeförändringen. Där hamnar vi då på slutligen då vinst efter skatt. Så det är ett annat sätt att visa hur vi tjänar pengar. Och slutligen en bild på våran aktie och alltså värdet av substansen i bolaget. Substansvärdet, alltså tillgångar minus skulder. Det är de här lite blågråa staplarna som även de har växt över tid i takt med att vi har växt bolaget. Och räknat i substansvärde per aktie så är det den lite senapsfärgade kurvan där. Och kontrasterar där med vad vår börskurs har varit så låg vi med rabatt ganska ordentligt här under 17-18. Vilket har bytt till en ganska ordentlig premie här på slutet i och med att börskursen per aktie är högre än substansvärdet per aktie. Ungefär 38% närmare bestämt vid utgången av september. Och senast jag tittar här så ligger vi faktiskt på 150 kronor handlad kurs här. Så det är positivt. Så det verkar som att aktiemarknaden tror på det vi gör. Lite om framtiden.
Ja. Precis. I framtiden så ser vi att vi ska fortsätta. Vi ska göra mer av samma sak. Det vill säga vi ska expandera våra verksamheter i Mälardalen som är vår kärnverksamhetsområde geografiskt idag. Vi ska fortsatt ha tydligt fokus på starka kassaflöden. Starka kassaflöden och driftnettoutveckling, det är faktiskt det som driver vår verksamhet och vår bransch framåt i mångt och mycket. Värdeförändringar är jättebra, men värdeförändringarna drivs av att vi har förbättrade driftnetton i grund och botten. Så att vi alltid ska jobba nära våra kunder och kontinuerligt höja våra driftnetton över tid. Vilket också naturligtvis görs genom att sänka vakanserna, som du såg Magnus visa, att vi har en potential i våra vakanser idag på ungefär 80 miljoner. Att vi ska utveckla våra befintliga fastigheter och den markreserven som vi har i vår portfölj. Det hörde vi även Fastpartner säga. Och det är precis så det är. Det är det absolut mest lönsamma sättet att växa. Att utnyttja de byggrätter och den potentialen vi har i vår egen portfölj. Där förutsätter naturligtvis att vi är duktiga på att göra det. Och i samband med strax efter Q3 så har vi också gjort en liten organisatorisk förändring. Vi har lyft upp projektutvecklingsavdelningen som de rapporterar direkt till mig för att stärka den positionen ytterligare och förbättra våra möjligheter att faktiskt få en ordentlig projektutvecklingsvinst i alla de projekten som vi driver. Kundrelation är jätteviktigt. Det är alltid lättare att bygga på en bra kundrelation än att skaffa sig en kundrelation som man inte har. Så det handlar i grund och botten lite grann att gräva där vi står. Försöka tillgodose de kundernas behov som vi har på bästa möjliga sätt för att kunna växa tillsammans med dem. Och sen ska vi naturligtvis vara professionella i allt vi gör och vi ska drivas av att vara bäst inom vårt segment. Och det är någonting som vi vill ska genomsyra hela vår organisation. Ja, väldigt kort hållbarhet. Jag tänkte egentligen bara säga att vi jobbar kontinuerligt med vår hållbarhet. Det som vi kommer att ha lite fokus på under 2020 det är att vi ska bli av med fossila bränslen i våra fastigheter. Vi har ju ett blandat fastighetsbestånd, en del och det mesta är inköpt. Så vad vi egentligen gör nu det är fokusera på att kasta ut allting som har med fossilt bränsle att göra som ett steg 1. Utöver det så brukar vi också kompensera för vår energi via vad det nu heter. Den här energikompensationen. Vad heter det?
Koldioxidkompensation.
Ja, precis. Ja. Exakt. Tack. Sen tänkte vi faktiskt stanna där så vi får tid för lite frågor.
Ja, då fortsätter vi med lite frågor. Och jag tycker att vi börjar med projekt. Projektportföljen är ju en viktig del av er tillväxtstrategi. Och till att börja med, vad ser ni för fördelar med att växa genom projekt och inte förvärv?
Ja, vi vill ju gärna växa med både och, men projekten har vi ju. Så då, det är betydligt kortare startsträckor. De stora projekten vi har vi jobbat flera år med att driva förändrade detaljplaner i nära samarbete med kommunerna. Och vi börjar ju se frukten av det, framförallt om man tar den här fastigheten som jag nämnde tidigare, tegelbruket i Botkyrka, där byggrätten omfattar nästan 100 000 kvadratmeter i ett väldigt attraktivt sjönära läge, mitt i våra core-fastigheter som vi har runt omkring. Vilket ju ger oss oanade möjligheter att göra väldigt bra saker och stärka vår position på den lokala marknaden. I fastighetsbranschen pratar man gärna om kluster. Kluster är att man äger fler fastigheter på samma ställe. Förenklar förvaltning, men det förenklar också kommunikation med marknad och hyresgäster. Man har en ledande position på mikromarknaden. I det här läget, tegelbruket, har vi absolut en ledande marknadsposition.
Man kan väl bara tillägga en kort kommentar, tillväxt genom förvärv kontra projekt. Att ha en ordentlig projekt och byggrättsportfölj ger oss möjlighet att växa även när vi tycker att det är för dyrt att köpa. För det är ju trots allt en hård konkurrens där ute och gilderna har gått ner ganska ordentligt och priserna därmed gått upp. Och i perioder av när vi helt enkelt inte riktigt tycker att vi hittar attraktiva förvärvsobjekt så har vi då möjlighet att växa balansräkningen genom att bygga på egen mark så att säga.
Och Green Hub Bro är ett av era största projekt. Och vad skulle ni säga att det är främsta selling pitchen till hyresgäster? För det är ett logistikcentrum som sticker ut på rätt många olika sätt.
Ja, men en av de absolut viktigaste som vi berörde också under presentationen, det är ju att vi har tillgång till järnväg. Järnväg kommer bli en viktig del för ett grönare logistiksamhälle. Mindre eller färre transporter kommer på sikt ske på gummihjul och gå mer på stålhjul. Men givetvis också att man är nära till pulsådrarna runt omkring i området, vilket vi också har. Vi har väldigt nära ut till E18 och det tar bara 25 minuter för transporter att ta sig in till stan från det här stället.
Och hur ser tidsplanen ut för Green Hub?
Förhoppningsvis så börjar vi komma loss ordentligt här under 2020.
Och EQT äger 60%. Det har skett en del förändringar senaste året, både vad gäller kostnader och personal. Och hur länge kan man förvänta sig att det kommer fortsätta ske förändringar i sån här snabb takt som det har gjort? Eller är det dags för någon typ av konsolideringsfas nu?
Men vi har väl varit inne lite grann i en konsolideringsfas. I och med att vi gjorde så stora förvärv under förra året så har vi lagt ner rätt mycket tid på kraft på att förstärka upp vår förvaltningsorganisation som är den viktigaste delen som sitter närmast våra kunder. Och sen så har vi också, som det ofta blir när man har ett ägarbyte, att en del kanske väljer att göra någonting annat och då har vi också rekryterat personal under den här resan. Så att 2019 har varit lite grann en uppbyggnadsperiod. Och också en period för att ta hand om, som sagt, allt vi köpte under 2018. Som var ju rätt stora förvärv. Jag tror vi växte med
2 miljarder ungefär.
Ja, och i procent typ 30% eller något sånt där. Vilket är väldigt mycket. Man kan tycka att 2 miljarder är lite. Men det är ju ungefär som ett bolag som äger fastigheter för 100 miljarder köper ett bolag för 30 miljarder. Så att vi stöter på samma problem som de gör, fast i en mindre skala.
Om vi tittar lite på marknaden. Ni agerar ju främst inom lager, lättindustri. Och där har hyresutvecklingen varit ganska flat de senaste åren. Och vad tror ni om hyresutvecklingen framgent? Kommer det fortsätta se ut som det har gjort historiskt?
Jag tror man kan dela upp det där egentligen i två delar. Om man tittar på lager, lättindustri och viss typ av logistik så ser man att hyrorna har gått upp rätt ordentligt. Tittar man på riktigt stora logistikanläggningar där vi har väldigt, väldigt långa hyresavtal så har det nog varit mer flat. Men det har också att göra med lite grann hur långa kontraktstider jobbar man med de olika segmenten. Jobbar man med 5-åriga hyreskontrakt så har vi sett en ordentlig hyrestillväxt i vårt bestånd. Men tittar man på 20-25-åriga hyresavtal så kanske inte tillväxten har varit riktigt lika stor eller nästan flat.
Och transaktionsmarknaden har varit väldigt het inom det här segmentet, bland annat KRM-transaktioner för att nämna en. Kommer vi fortsätta se transaktioner på lägre och lägre gilder eller har vi nått botten?
Det är ju alltid svårt att säga, men man kan väl konstatera att det blev ju lite grann av en game changer när Blackstone gick in och köpte portföljen av KRM på till viss del helt nya nivåer kan man väl säga, uppåt sett.
Och sen har ni lite handel i ett segment eller bland ditt fastighetsbestånd och Hur ser ni på det? Det skiljer sig ganska mycket från ert övriga segment.
Man kan väl säga att våran handel, dels så har vi en hel del business-to-business-handel och sen så har vi har ett par bilhandlarlådor, vi har tror jag 2 stycken dollarstore. Så handel är mer utav inslag i de fastigheterna vi har kan man säga, om man ska säga det på ett enkelt sätt.
All right. I så fall så tackar jag så mycket Stendörren med en varm applåd.
Tack så mycket.
All right, good afternoon and welcome. My name is Oskar Wikström. I work as an analyst with ABG, where I follow Elos Medtech, one of my companies. And we have John Wahlström with us today, who's the CEO, who will present the company. And I just leave the word to you, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Oskar. And thank you all for coming and listen to this presentation when I'm going to talk about Elos Medtech. I'm going to go through a presentation of the company, the business areas that we work in, what we offer to our customers, the development we have, and how we believe that we can continue to grow as a company. So what kind of company is Elos Medtech? Well, we are a medtech company. We focus 100% on medical technology. So everything we do follow a lot of strict guidelines. We work with a lot of ISO certifications on 13485 and so on. And why this is important is that we are a manufacturing company, and as a contract manufacturing company, you set the company up in a specific way when you work in this kind of industry. It's a lot of quality control, it's a lot of documentation, and it's a fairly complex type of production. We operate out of 5 production sites. We have 1 in US, 1 in China, and 3 in the Nordic region. This is also where we are coming from the beginning. So we have a global reach, but we have a Nordic focus. We work in 3 market segments. I'm going to come back to them, but it's orthopedic, dental, and life science, all within medical technology. We are close to 600 employees, and we have sales close to 700 million Swedish crowns. Over the last 2-3 years, we have had a good, solid growth, a double-digit growth, and now we also have started to get profitability moving upwards in the company. But we have a long history as a company. Our company was formed in 1923, and we worked in a number of different areas within manufacturing, and then later moved into other areas of expertise. The regulatory part within the medtech, development of products, both own products and together with our customers, and finally, as a complete solution partner together with our customers. For some of you, you might remember us under a different name. We had the name Västergyllen for a while as a company, and that we changed in 2008 when we changed the name from Västergyllen to Elos. We decided to focus on medtech as an area in 2003, and before that we owned companies like Götenehus and a lot of other companies in other areas. We sold them, and we took that money to buy companies within the medtech field. So you can see we acquired a company called Pinol, then built a factory in China, and acquired a few more companies along the way. So the 5 sites that we have has actually been acquired during this time, and now we have taken those companies that we acquired, run by entrepreneurs, and formed one company instead of being a conglomerate. So that's a lot of the journey we have taken over the last years. What we want to do in the market, our vision is to transform medical technology and advance quality of life worldwide. We want to do this in a sustainable, innovative way, and as partners to our customers. I will come back to that partnership later on. The different business areas that we have, as I mentioned, are dental, and especially dental implants. It's orthopedics, and it's life science. I will go through this a little bit more in detail, what this actually means, what we do in the different areas. But in dental, we have own products, and we are a contract manufacturer. In orthopedics and life science, we are straight off contract manufacturers and developers to our customers' products. So, in dental, these are typical products that we do. It's implants, and I don't know how much you know about the dental business, but implant is the part you put into the bone in your mouth. Above that, you have a lot of prosthetic products that goes from the implant and up. So we do both those areas. We do instruments, and now I can't point by a pointer, so I try to point. This is a typical instrument. This is a torque wrench. That's one of our own products, and that one you use to actually tighten the implant into your mouth with an exactly correct torque. If you use it too hard, use too much torque, you will actually ruin the screw and the bone. If you use too little, it will take too long time to heal. So it's really, really important that you use the right kind of torque. Then we have drills. I don't have any drills on this picture. And we do other instruments together with that. So this is something that we do as a contract manufacturer. This, the product, the torque wrench, is our own product, but we only sell it to the implant companies. So not with our own brand. What we sell with our own brand is actually a number of products in what we call the digital dentistry field. If you've been to the dentist and you might have chewed in this rubber type of mask to get an imprint, that's old-fashioned technology now, and now you replace that with making a 3D scan. We sell the scanning abutment. That is actually something that you put into the mouth to get this 3D image. And then we sell a number of the prosthetic products that fit into when you have that CAD/CAM picture. By doing this, you take away a number of steps that need to be done when you put in an implant. And you also make it easier to get a perfect fit of your implant. So instead of having a tooth that might be 3 degrees in the wrong angle, you get it in perfect angle. So that's what we call the digital workflow, and this is where we have our own products called the Elos Accurate. The own products represent about 10% of our business and 1/3 of the dental business. And most of this is sold under our brand, but through the implant companies. So if you go to the big implant companies, you will actually find our products with our name that are sold that channel. So it's not something that is considered a competitive situation with our customer, but we actually complement their product range. The next area is orthopedics. This is an interesting and fast-growing area for us, where we actually just have built a new extension to our factory in US. We also, in this area, make drills, guide wires, screws, and pins. We're actually really good at drilling in bone, piercing bone, and fixating bone. And that's actually an area that we believe that we are one of the best, maybe the best in the industry doing this. So that's the area that we focus on. But apart from that, we also do plates, and if you've broken your hip, those kind of products, you see a number of them on this picture. But drills is the big area for us. And the last area that we have is a little bit mix of a number of things, the life science area. We have diagnostic products, hearing device products, and other medical areas. For example, injection pens for diabetes treatment, IVF treatment, the Petri dishes that are used for that, components for pacemakers, and so on. So this is a little bit wider. One area that is very close to dental implant is the component for bone-anchored hearing device. It's the same kind of technology that is built into those implant as it is in dental implant. And dental implant is actually kind of fun in the aspect that this is an invention that was created by the Swedish inventor called Professor Brånemark, that you might have heard of. And we actually manufactured the absolute first implant that was made in a factory in our site in Timmerstala. So that's an area that we've been in since the 70s. Historically, we have run this, as I said, as 5 different sites. Over the last 2-3 years, we have made this one organization. So we have one sales group for orthopedics, where Jody Gilmore sells to all sites, one for dental and then one for life science that I take care of. So the sales organization is something that works all over the sites. And why is this important? Well, to be a contract manufacturer to the big implant companies, they are billion-dollar type of companies. You need to be big enough to serve and small enough, in our case, to be agile. So you need to be able to have one site, like in Timmerstala, that specialize in some products, and then a site in Tianjin that specialize in others, so that we can actually help our customers throughout the organization. Our corporate headquarters is in Gothenburg. We moved it there a couple of years ago, and it's a very slim, small organization with only CFO and her team. I actually have my CFO here today, and then a QA person and one marketing person. So the total team is like 6-7 people in the headquarters. So, why does a customer come to us? What do we offer? We have a core experience in manufacturing metal for medical technology and plastics for medical technology. We do this not just by the manufacturing part, but also by developing and engineering services. So when they develop a new implant, we develop the instrument, we develop all the products that goes around it. We also do logistic solutions. So for a number of customers, we actually ship the products to the end warehouse. It could be in US, China, or wherever. So we can take complete responsibility for their warehousing. And then we help them with a number of other processes, finishing processes. But what is really one of the things that goes through everything is the quality part. I think we have like 20% of the employees that work in our quality department. So it's a very high part of our staff that works with this. And that's something that we need to also get our customers to pay for, which they're willing to do as we are experts in the same field as they are. So they come to us when they develop a new implant. They ask us, could you help us develop the instruments, those products, that will shorten the lead time for them to market, make them faster out there. It will increase their efficiency, and we have the same quality as they have. We have our own products in the same field, and that we complement theirs with. So we create a good synergy with our customers, and that will make them more efficient. That's also why it's possible for us to maintain a fairly good margin as a company, even as a contract manufacturer. We have some long-term financial and sustainability goals. When it comes to long-term financial targets on growth, it's 10% organic growth. Over the last 2 years, we've been above that target. EBIT, we have a target of 13% or above that. Last year, we were at 6%, and I'm going to show that we have improved in this area this year. Own products, we want to have 13% share. We are on 10%. This is an area that we believe is going to be really important for us to get the margin to be stronger, because we can maintain a higher margin on our own products. And then we have set a target to reach 1 billion in sales that we are aiming for to reach. We are moving in the right direction, at least. So this is the way that our result looks. We now have 11 quarters in a row with growth, which is what you have on the left-hand side. So we've had a good growth over a long period of time. There is one thing in this graph that is a little bit, maybe looks a little bit odd, and that is that we had a fantastic Q1 this year, and that was actually a little bit of an anomaly. We stopped working with one customer in life science area called Brüel & Kjær, and then they bought off the inventory and so that one is actually a little bit better than normal, and we then see that Q3 is a little bit lower than we might have hoped for, which is the same reason, because now they are completely out of our sales numbers. So if you take those two out, we have a good, solid, stable growth in the company. The operating profit has been developing from like 6%, and we are now up to about 9%. And you can see a good growth over the last 5 quarters. This has been possible through a lot of the specialization and efficiency work that we have done in the company. At the same time as when we grow, that we take in the right type of products within the company. Normally, it's difficult to get the profit increase while you grow in this business. So we are really, really happy about that development on the profitability. A little bit more in numbers, the same thing, that as I said, 2019 and 18, a growth over 10%, and EBIT going from 5.9 to 9.6%. This year, we have started to also give information to the market about the different segments that we have, how much we grow and how much we make in profit. I talked about life science. That's where we have Bryden Skär. It's a little bit special this year due to that business. So the growth is a little bit less, 4.8%, but good profitability. In dental, we grow 9%, which is a fairly good number when the market is growing maybe 4%, and the EBIT is 11%. But the outstanding growth we have this year is within orthopedics. 22% growth and a little bit lower profitability, and that is because it's difficult to make that much money when you grow that fast. And this is also one thing with orthopedic is that we've built a new factory this year, and we've done that with the same staff as supervisors as actually run the factory. So we are actually really happy with having the growth at the same time so we build the factory and maintaining actually a fairly good profit. So those are the three areas that we have. And the expansion in Memphis was finished. We inaugurated it in October this year, and now we then are going to fill it with more business. But where do we find the new business? Where do we find the growth moving forward? Well, we see that we're going to grow our business in robotic surgery in orthopedics. That's why we built a new factory. We have had a tremendous growth in robotic surgery over the last year, and we believe it's going to continue in a good way. I think we actually have a similar picture as surgical science for those of you that watched that presentation, but we come from different angles. They come from software, and we come from production. We believe we're going to have a good growth in own products with our product range, Elos Accurate, that we right now are starting to get approval for to sell in US. It's only been sold in Europe so far. And the third area is high-tech polymers within diagnostics. There we just decided to actually expand our facility in Skara. That production is starting this winter. So hopefully it's going to be a mild winter in that part of the country. So the way we see it, why are we going to continue to grow? Why are we going to be able to meet our targets? Well, we're going to continue to focus and specialize. We work now, instead of 5 segments as before, we're down to orthopedic, dental, and life science. Every factory is specialized in different procedures so that we make sure that we are really good at what we do. Because one of the things in production, like we work, the time to move from one product to another takes a long time and it's not efficient, and you don't make that much money if you change too much. By making the same type of product over and over again, give more profitability. So that's what we're doing in our factories. That's a journey we started, and it's going to take time, but we have definitely seen impact the last year. Internally, we work a lot on this, as I said, working as one company, moving products between the different sites. Operation excellence and continuous improvement. Scrap is one of our highest single costs that we actually can do something about. And we've had an excellent result of that this year, especially in a couple of our factories. Specialization I talked about, and then focus in market and sales growth. Within those areas like orthopedic and dental, it's important to be big enough so that you're still on the list of the companies that they want to outsource manufacturing to. The trend within especially orthopedic is to outsource much more than they had done in the past. We see that from all the big companies, that they want to focus on their core business, and manufacturing is not one of them. So if the market grows 3, 4, 5%, the outsourcing maybe grows twice that fast. I believe that we are, as a company, well positioned for continuous growth. We are positioned thanks to our global presence in US, Europe, and Asia. We have first-class quality, the same kind of quality as our customers has. We develop own products that can give us a better margin, and we do that most of the time together with the implant companies. We bring in new technologies, so to make sure that we are in line with where the market is heading. And all of this with a number of maybe 20 key account customers. where we make 90% of our business. So we're a really focused company with close collaboration with our customers. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we also have time for a couple of questions. I think one of the first questions you mentioned, so your own products within this digital dentistry.
Yeah.
You mentioned that there's not in conflict with customers because you sell through them. What's the market like? Are the other competitors there? Anyone similar players to you that offer the same offer, or do your customer make their own as well? And could you just comment a bit on what the different competitive dynamics are?
Yeah, it is a mix. I mean, most of the own products that we have, there are a number of similar type of companies like we that deliver the same type of products that we do, or similar types. And then some of them, also the implant companies, our customers, they actually have that as their own products. If you take the torque wrench, for example, some of them develop their own, and some of them buy ours. And it's the same with the digital workflow. Sometimes they have their own products, and sometimes they buy ours. So, but it's not, as we have a solution that works for all platforms, all the different implant companies, ours is seen as a way to get into the customers in a good way for all the implant companies. So we don't see a conflict of interest in this. We actually see it as an opportunity to get closer collaboration with implant companies, and that's also the feedback we get.
Understood. And in terms of this US distribution deal, and you're mentioning that you're waiting approval, when do you think that would be? And could you comment a bit on the market potential in the US? Is the digital dentistry market different in the US compared to Europe? And
we believe that we will get the approvals in beginning of next year. And we have, as you mentioned, signed it already, a distribution agreement for the US market, so that we can start selling right away. The market is, if you talk about the size, it's about the same size, but it's a different dynamic. It's more bigger labs and fewer customers to actually go through, but Europe is more distributed into smaller customers. So it's a little bit different dynamic, but it's the same products for the same applications.
And you also previously this year announced a distribution deal in Japan. Could you comment on that as well? Is that similar? You're waiting approvals, or how is that developing?
Yes, it's the same, that we're waiting approval there. And then, as you can see, we also have added distributors in Europe to actually get our sales to improve in the markets that we haven't been so successful in yet. So.
Okay. And looking at the other divisions, so orthopedics and the US, you just finished your expansion there.
Yeah.
You're mentioning robotic surgery. That facility, is that one solely focused on robotic surgery? And are you only targeting the US market for robotic surgery? Or
it's a good question. No, it is only focused on orthopedics, that site. And we work on actually making 3 different types of products. It's drills, pins, and wires. Those are used for robotic surgery, but they're also used for all normal type of surgery. So the main part of our business is actually going to a normal surgery procedure within orthopedics. And most of our customers are US-based, but the product is distributed worldwide. And that's actually the case with almost everything we do within contract manufacturing, that we sell to maybe a head office, but then it's distributed worldwide. So if our product is used in one specific surgery kit from one implant company, then they use that worldwide. It's not that they have different suppliers in different parts of the world.
All right. And then you, in the Q3 report, you mentioned that when you mentioned in your presentation as well, that you're expanding your Skara facility, which is where you're doing polymer products, basically.
Yeah.
And I know you mentioned that this is happening a bit ahead of schedule. You were planning on doing this later. Why are you choosing to do it ahead of time? Is it pressure from customers, or?
We're doing it ahead of time because we're growing faster than we expected, and that you could say that we do have pressure from customers. Not that we are forced by them, but we work together with them on a sort of a plan on what's going to happen the next 2, 3, 4 years, together with their product and us. And when they see a growth that they need, they of course ask us, do you want to be part of this? Then you actually need to have capacity. And so it's we look at their long-term plans, and then we decide that this is a good time for us to do that. And if we would say no, we are not going to do that, then of course we face the risk that they would go somewhere else.
Yeah. And just, I think we have time for one last question. This year you've done a lot of improvements with the operational excellence and getting your margins up. How much more is there to do there if you compare it to your goal of 13% EBIT and you wouldn't grow your own products anymore? How much further do you think the group, how much is there to gain from further operational excellence?
I think that in operational excellence, it's a lot of things we still can do. But I think the biggest thing we can do is actually in the specialization that every factory work on products that they are really, really good at, so that we remove, cut the tail of products that doesn't really fit into our manufacturing. I mean, we have the target of 13% and that of EBIT, and that target we have no matter what happens with own products. So we definitely aim to get there. And I do believe it's possible to get there.
All right, understood. I think that's about all we had time for, but thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
So good afternoon and welcome to the ABG Sundal Collier Investor Days here at Haymarket. So my name is Rickard Anderkrans. I'm an equity research analyst within healthcare at ABG, and I'm very happy to present Intervacc, the animal health vaccine company. So here with me today I have Andreas Andersson, who's the CEO of the company, and he will tell you more about the technology, platform, and the commercial potential going forward. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my name is Andreas Andersson. I'm the CEO for Intervacc, and we develop modern vaccines within the animal health, so veterinary vaccines. How many here have listened to my speech earlier in August? Could you raise your hands? Okay, so it's some of you. So good. It's always good to know who are new and haven't listened to a presentation before, and how many have followed us for a while. We're listed on the First North Growth Market, and in the pipeline right now we have 3 vaccines. We have one for horses, one for pigs, and one for cows. And we're going to spend some time on all about those. And our vaccine for horses are the one that's most progressed, and we are now in the regulatory phase. Okay, so this is Strangvac. It's our vaccine against strangles. That's a bacterial disease that affects horses. In Sweden, is kvarka. And we have just last week, in the beginning of last week, there was our validation batches were released. So we have just produced 60,000 vials, and this is an important step in preparation for our filing of our dossier to EMA. So before we file, we have to show that we can produce. We have 2 batches of commercial scale, in the scale that we are then going to produce when we're in the commercial phase. So this is now, we have now achieved this successfully within specification, and we press released this last week. So in those batches of 2 batches of 30,000 vials of each, the active ingredients are from the batches that we produced earlier this summer, where we produced active ingredients for a few million doses. So that was the drug substance, and now we have produced the full drug product, the full vaccine. And what's next now is we're in the final phase of preparing the dossier that we are planning to hand in the beginning of next year, so tentatively in the end of February. So, and this is a little bit later than we had planned. I had earlier communicated that we were going to file this by the end of this year. So it's a couple of months later than I expected earlier this fall, but we're still on track, and everything is going very well. So now those products have been produced, and we're just preparing the dossier. It's a good file of 1,000 pages, and we're preparing this dossier together with experts, external experts that has filed for over 100 veterinary vaccines before. So we take this advice from them very seriously in order to prepare a very solid dossier that lays a good groundwork to have a smooth process. The next step now after the filing is that then EMA has 210 days to process this file before an approval. Now the clock stops when EMA asks us questions. So our estimate that this process is about 1 year. It could go a little bit faster, it could take a little bit longer. It depends on what type of questions EMA will ask us and how long it takes us to answer them. But so in order to have a smooth and fast process, we're putting effort into making the best possible dossier that we can in submitting for this submission. So I'm very proud of this, and I think it's going very well. So it's an exciting time. Another thing that has happened since we last met in August. So here in the middle of September, we had a directed share issue that was very successful, and we got the chance to take in some institutional investors, strategic institutional investors. So we did a directed shares of approximately 6 million euro or 62 million Swedish crowns. And the subscribers were Ruber, Fjärde AP-fonden, and Health Invest, all known and very solid investors. So this was a good next step for the company. So we have a good mix of owners. It was also interesting that at the same time, Länsförsäkringar had the opportunity to also invest in the company by buying out one of the previous owners. And they have now also a significant share of the company. Länsförsäkringar has an interesting connection to our future business here, since they are the sole owner of Agria, who's very dominant in insurances within animal health. So that's all in all, I think this is really exciting and good news. It lays a good foundation for our preparation with the dossier, our market launch, and also for the development of our other vaccines in our pipeline. So we're going to talk about that also. So I'm going to go through this a little bit quick for you who are new, just to introduce you to our sector if you're new to animal health. So animal health is often divided up into two sectors: companion animals and farm animals. So companion animals, cats and dogs; farm or production animals, more swine and poultry and livestock. And this segment as a whole is growing. The underlying growth factor here is for companion animals. We tend to spend more and more money on our pets. And for production animals, farm animals, the demand for animal protein in form of meat and milk globally is growing. So this sector as a whole is growing solidly. Also, new types of treatments are coming into the sector. Then you're talking about core animal health, which is basically medication, pharmaceuticals, which vaccine is an important part of. And this core animal health is about $35 billion annually. And it's growing 4 to 6%. So the latest numbers for last year that I saw was 5% growth for this core animal health. Vaccine is one of the fastest growing segments within that, with a growth of 6 to 10%. So it's a very nice space to be in. The market is dominated by a number of big companies. The big five, soon to be four, led by. So these are 2018 numbers, except for Seva that hasn't released their 2018 numbers yet. So Zoetis is the biggest one with $5.8 billion, solid 10% growth over last year. And then second now is going to be Elanco, who has announced that they're going to buy Animal Health, and followed by Boehringer and Merck. It's a very healthy business with a lot of activity and mergers and acquisitions. And it's notably that those larger companies are also buying up smaller companies or filling their portfolios within growth sectors such as vaccines. So, for example, did Seva this summer. They acquired the IDT Animal Health vaccine business. It's a very positive regulatory climate. The focus around One Health, which is to connect human health, animal health, and the environment. It has a lot of attention and focus from authorities, which makes for us we see that it becomes a little bit easier to get approval, or they try to speed up the process to get approval. And there's also a good opportunity to get different kind of support and incentives. One of the focus areas within One Health is the fight against antibiotic-resistant bacteria and try to reduce the use of antibiotics, especially within animal health. And we see that when you reduce the use of antibiotics, the need for vaccines increase of two reasons. One is that it's an important tool and an alternative to treat with vaccines instead of treating with antibiotics. For vaccines, it's a preventive measurement, whereas in antibiotics is when the animals are sick. But it's also that with less antibiotics, the pressure on some of those herds increase, so that there are more bacteria, infections that exist in those farm animals. So you can see that when the market for antibiotics go down, the market for vaccines increase, and vaccines now is the biggest product groups within animal health in Europe, and is growing fast outside of Europe as well. So that is the background kind of market what we work in. Now, if I try to explain a little bit more what exactly we do. So we develop vaccines using a technology platform that is based on recombinant proteins or fusions of recombinant proteins. And so conventionally, when you make a vaccine, you take a bacteria and then you weaken this bacteria in one way or another, so that you use that as a component in the vaccine. So when you inject the vaccine, you should get a good immune response, but you shouldn't get sick. So what we do is that we tailor those components in the vaccines much more deliberately. So if you look at the bacteria, then you have certain surface proteins that initiate the immune response in your body. And what we do is that we choose a number of those important surface proteins. And then you take the DNA structure from this, and then you create a string of or a fusion of that DNA string. You put that into a plasmid that you put in an E. coli bacteria, and then you produce those molecules. So if I'm a bacteria, and we say that this surface protein, my hand is important, my nose is another surface protein that's important, my ear is another surface protein that's important. Then we take the DNA strings from those different parts, and we put that together into one fusion, and out comes then a molecule that consists of my hand and my nose and my ear. So, and the beauty of this is that it becomes a completely safe vaccine. So the safety profile is excellent, but it also allows us to genetically engineer the components in those vaccines so that we can target more efficiently. So that is what we do. And that is, to your question, what is a recombinant protein based vaccine? So why are we so good at this? Our research teams, we have a research team at KI and SLU, and they have worked within this field for 30 years. One of our founders and our chief scientific officers, Professor Flock, is sitting here today. And they are in the absolute forefront of this technology and been working with this for 30 years. And some of those were the first to synthesize some of those surface proteins, especially around Staphylococcus and Streptococcus. And we focus around those bacteria that we have the absolute most experience around. And then we have also been in this business of veterinary vaccines for 30 years. So we combine our vast experience from research and field experience with a very narrow focus. And that allows us to be in the absolute forefront when it comes to the development of veterinary vaccines using recombinant proteins, especially around those bacterial diseases. So that is the reason why we can be so good at what we do. I'm going to talk a little bit about our development pipeline. So first, we're going to talk about the Strangvac, our vaccine against Kvarka or strangles. That is a disease that affects horses, where we're in a regulatory phase. And then we're going to talk about our vaccine against Staphylococcus suis infection that is with piglets. And then Staphylococcus aureus diseases, where we're focusing on a problem that with dairy cows, mastitis. So we're going to take a dive into those 3 projects. We start with Strangvac, this vaccine. So Strangvac, or strangles, the disease, Kvarka, is the most frequent diagnosed infection equine disease in the world. It's highly contagious, and it's quite nasty. It's sometimes lethal, but most horses survive. But it creates I forgot the English now. Varbeld. Okay. And the horse can suffocate. The outbreaks are very costly to control. In Sweden, you have to isolate the stable for 3 weeks after the last horse has been diagnosed as strangles-free. So this can have catastrophic consequences for the stable if it's a riding school or a competitive horse or any horse owner. So it's a well-known disease, it's a clear medical need, and there is no efficient vaccine available today. Here are some I have some examples of outbreaks first here in English. So this one was here in Yorkshire now in August 2019. They had to close down for 7 weeks, which is about normal. I have another example where this I think I mentioned the last time also. This was in Hong Kong earlier this year, where they had those really expensive race horses that were bound for Hong Kong from New Zealand, and they were stranded at this time for 7 months. So that was extremely expensive. It's very easy to find Swedish example as well. There's one on the radio out in Söderköping, I think it was, yesterday. So there's about 75 to 100 of those outbreaks in Sweden per year. And you can follow those on a map. And it often becomes at least local news on the radio or local TV stations. So this goes on frequently. Now, our market here, there are roughly 60 million horses in the world. And we are going for the global market. Our primary market is Europe and North America, Australia, New Zealand, Turkey, Middle East. So I would say in those primary markets, it's just roughly about a third of those 60 million horses, roughly about 20 million horses. In those markets, 30 to 60% are medicated horses that they see a vet regularly or are in a vaccine program today. And I think that's a reasonable market to target for us to reach, even though vaccination rates and medication rates for all of those horses is a growing segment. So I think that we, for a long foreseeable future, has a growth market. So we are planning to reach this market by our own sales force in the Nordics and in the Baltics, where we are selling vaccines today and have distribution of other products today. And then for the global market, we are in discussions with global partners for distribution agreement or licensing agreement. And those partners are from that list you saw earlier of the top 10 companies. And we are in discussions with several of those. and the interest to distribute this vaccine is very high. So we don't feel that we're under stress to close any of those distribution partner agreements. Our position is getting stronger and stronger with the results we have and the closer we get to filing. But we have said and communicated that it's reasonable to expect one of those distribution agreements within the next 6 months. But we don't feel stressed about it. We negotiate from a position of strength. We have a really good product, and now with the funding we have in our back, we're not under financial pressure either. But the interest is really high, and I think we have the good partners to work with. Sum up, really good efficacy on our vaccine, a clear medical need, unmet medical need. There's significant symptoms, even if you would get the horses that do get sick, they have significantly reduced symptoms. Minimum 12 months memory cells. So when you enter into when you vaccinate, you enter into vaccination program. So our tentative vaccination schedule now would be that you vaccinate 3 times the first year, and then that you vaccinate once or twice per year is what we think that most horses will do. So it's from an investor point of view, it's recurring revenue. So you grow your market and you launch into new countries, and horses enter into the vaccination program and they stay in the vaccination program. And then it's about 5% of the horses are newborn horses, so to say. So I think there's good, solid growth and opportunities here where you can grow geographically and also penetrate within each country. I think I would also like to point out that it's intramuscular administration, so this vaccine is administered in the horse side. So it's just as the veterinarian would like to administrate this vaccine. Okay, let's dive into our other vaccine projects. So.
Just want to add some finishing notes on the pipeline projects, and then maybe I can ask one question. So just to.
All right. So our vaccine against piglets, or for piglets against Streptococcus suis, we're now in the phase we're testing this in piglets. We're still in preclinical test phase, but we're testing vaccine candidates. So good. So find the right components, the right molecules. It's a great market. There's stricter regulations on the antibiotics, higher need for this type of products. There's 1 billion pigs in the world. They're very used to vaccinate already today, and so that's a great potential market. We have some capacities in this vaccine that's very important for this type of market. We have another vaccine for cows. That's also a great market. That's in the pipeline. Good patent and strategy. Okay, takeaway. Growing market, prioritized by the regulators. We are on track to hand in the dossier beginning of next year. Approval then late 2020 or beginning of 2021, and then following a market launch.
Andreas. So just a quick final question. So when can we expect an update on the pipeline projects targeting piglets and dairy cows in terms of new updates from the clinical activity there?
Okay, yeah, that's a difficult question. So this is for our other projects. We are making good progress, but it's still R&D. And we normally have communicated when we make significant results, something that we patent, for example. So that would be a time to communicate, or if we have a ready vaccine in lab scale that we then want to scale up, that would also be so. But I'm not going to promise any timeline on that. But we're using the same technology, same teams. And I think it looks very promising.
Interesting. Thank you very much, Andreas, and thank you all for listening. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
All right. My name is Axel. I'm an equity analyst working at ABG. I'm based out of Oslo, covering the IT sector in Norway. And today Our final presentation is by Napatech, and we have Heine here, who is the CFO of Napatech, who's going to walk us through Napatech. And then I will leave it at that and leave the floor to you, Heine. Thank you.
Thank you. As Axel mentioned, I'm CFO of Napatech. I joined the company November last year, and here to present the Napatech case for you today. In brief, Napatech is a Danish-based technology company developing and selling high-performing network interface cards like this one I'm holding here. Napatech was founded in 2003 and has from the very beginning been oriented towards customers in Silicon Valley, and most of our customers are also based there today. We're listed on Oslo Stock Exchange and is trading under the ticker NAPA.OL. We today employ around 85 employees, and with offices in Copenhagen, Denmark, and in the US. More than 50% of our employees are working within R&D in Denmark. And we have our sales organization present primarily in the US, but also in China and Taiwan. And we're covering Europe out of our headquarters in Denmark. Our core competencies lie within R&D and sales, and we rely on a contract manufacturer for production of this hardware. Since 2010, we've worked closely with a US-based contract manufacturer specialized in building complex products in small production series while meeting extremely high reliability requirements that are necessary to build hardware like this one. We sell our products primarily to large IT companies and to large corporations. As mentioned, Napatech produces network interface cards. Network interface cards are hardware components connecting servers to computer networks. They are often referred to as NICs. And the NIC is plugged into a server or a piece of special purpose built hardware built for network management or cybersecurity. All standard servers are built with one or more slots for NICs like this. And with every new server deployed, of course, there are slots where our customers need to deploy NICs. There are basically three kinds of NICs. They're grouped into three categories. There's the basic NIC, sometimes referred to as a DOM NIC. These are simple network interface cards that enable basic connectivity from a server to a computer network. There's a second category of NICs called offload NICs, and beside this basic NIC functionality, they are able to perform a certain fixed data processing tasks, these offload NICs. And these capabilities are hardwired into silicon on the NIC at the time the NIC is produced. They're fixed for the lifespan of the NIC. In the last category of NICs, you find the most sophisticated NICs. They're often referred to as programmable NICs or smart NICs. Napatech is producing smart NICs. Smart NICs are built with powerful chips on them. In our instance, it's a FPGA chip. And with this chip on the NIC, our smart NICs are able to perform a variety of different high-performance processing tasks. Where the capabilities of offload NICs are fixed at the time of production, smart NICs like this one is programmable and it's possible to change and improve the functionality of the card just by loading new software images on the chip of this card. This reprogrammability provides a flexibility to networks that are built around SmartNICs. And with this flexibility, our customers are able to accommodate the changing needs of the application level much faster than they would have been if networks were built with the offload NICs. But of course, putting high-performance chips on the NICs is more expensive. Where DOM-NICs start at around $20 each, offload NICs sell from typically $500 and up, and SmartNICs begin at $1,000. Our position is to play in the high end of the NIC market, where technology is needed to run mission-critical, compute-intensive applications faster, more efficiently, and more securely, with unmatched performance. This part of the market is tending to be less price sensitive, with customers needing a technological solution that provides best-in-class application performance and security. Our NICs are sold to original equipment manufacturers, companies like IBM, Cisco, or Polystar, and these OEMs design our SmartNICs into their own products and ship them as an integrated part of their products to their end users. We also sell our SmartNICs directly to end users. It's companies like Facebook, Walmart, Bank of America, who install SmartNICs like this in servers and deploy them in their own data centers. Our SmartNICs sell with prices ranging from $1,500 up to almost $12,000 a piece. And we operate with project margins on average above 70%. Napatech's customers are primarily global top-tier customers, and we serve well-known brands like the ones shown on this slide here. The majority of our sales are to global OEMs with whom we have long strategic relationships, and where our sales are committed through year-long design win cycles. Over the last couple of years, direct sales to large corporations have emerged as a substantial sales channel complementing our OEM business. A customer list like this one is a clear testament to the quality of our product. When our customers use our SmartNICs, they are primarily used to accelerate software. It's software applications within network monitoring, network management. It's within cybersecurity and within financial trading. And running the application on our SmartNICs, our customers secure better performance and they offload burdensome and intensive workloads from their CPUs. Using our SmartNICs, customers achieve significantly faster application performance on business-critical applications. They obtain significant capacity improvements in their networks from increased data throughput, and they free up expensive CPU time by offloading their CPUs. And for our customers, these benefits provide high value, and they are willing to pay the premium for a SmartNIC to get this. Competing for orders from OEMs, Napatech typically competes against other SmartNIC vendors. And when selling direct to end users, we also sometimes compete against other technological solutions. Some customers choose to go for a cheaper software-only solution when performance and latency requirements allow this. But the value our SmartNICs bring to our customers is high performance and flexibility. Customers choose Napatech to get this high performance of application, low latency at high speeds in the data centers. To get better cost performance in the server deployments, better customer experience with compute-intensive applications that perform better and more securely. And when we win orders, it's typically for use cases like the ones listed in the boxes on this slide. It's use cases for acceleration of open source application, for network monitoring and analytics. It's increased performance of open source applications for cybersecurity. It's faster and more accurate network monitoring and better packet capture, more accurate network trafficking monitoring, and improved service assurance of network apps. All of these are use cases where our solutions solve critical real-life problems for our customers today. The smart NIC market is a very interesting market to be in right now. We are addressing a rapidly growing global smart NIC market, estimated to grow at 50% CAGR from 18 to 2023. Basically, the NIC market as a whole is driven by server expansion. Networks are built at massive scale these years, and they are built on servers. Whether it's part of cloud services, as part of corporate data centers, or as part of the emerging 5G infrastructure, networks are built on servers, and they are increasingly built on standard servers with NICs on them. And with this server expansion, the NIC market is growing. The chart here on the bottom right side of the slide is a slide from one of the leading industry analyst firms, a firm called IHS Markit, and they've been following the NIC market closely for several years. They publish very detailed market estimates forecasting the development of the NIC market. The bar chart on the slide is showing an estimated growth for the total NIC market of a 19% CAGR, growing from a 1.7 billion market this year to a 3.7 billion market in 2023. But the NIC market is transforming, and where the basic NIC market is estimated to decline by 14%, illustrated by the dark part of the bar. The smart NIC market, the bright green bar, are estimated to grow from around $400 million this year to 1.6 billion in 2023. So we're facing a massive market growth fueled by fundamental megatrends like growth in servers, accelerating network speeds, and increased security workloads. In other words, the future of the smart NIC market looks bright. But going back only 18 months, things look very different. Napatech had a difficult 2018. Technological uncertainties in the industry meant that many hardware-related decisions were put on hold. Many design and purchasing decisions, especially with our OEM customers, were postponed, and many projects with our end-user customers were put on hold as well. And as a result, Napatech's revenue dropped 48% from 17 to 18. 18 was a transitional year for Napatech. New management was introduced in the second half of the year, and after restructuring the business and divesting a business line, Napatech as a company emerged as a company with a renewed direction. The uncertainties in the industry have largely gone away, and 2019 has been a very positive turnaround year for Napatech, with significant improvements in sale, cost savings, and cash flow. For the first 3 quarters of this year, reported revenue is up 124% compared to last year. Operating costs are down 19%, and free cash flow has been positive. With our renewed direction, we are investing strategically in network management and cybersecurity, and we are driving business development to focus on emerging growth opportunities within the smart NIC market. After a difficult 2018, Napatech today is a company with a positive momentum, addressing a very interesting and rapidly growing market, and the prospects look bright. So why invest in Napatech now? As mentioned, we're addressing a market estimated to grow at impressive rates over the next 4 to 5 years. We are well positioned to claim our fair share of the market growth, and have for the last couple of years been investing for growth in emerging market segments. We have a proven technology that we've been able to sell to global top-tier customers for more than 10 years. We have market-leading R&D competences recognized by the leading chip providers, Intel and Xilinx. And we have a protected position in a high barrier to entry technology market. Finally, we have a highly leverageable business model where top-line growth quickly converts into profit and cash generation. So to sum up, we believe Napatech is positioned for success with a highly leverageable business model facing a very large market opportunity the next couple of years. And if you'd like to know more about the Napatech case, I encourage you to check out our website and to look at our recently published Q3 presentation and presentations from our latest Capital Markets Day. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Heine. So I have some questions, and one thing that always baffles me is your customer list, because it's truly impressive, and you have a lot of blue chip names while you are a fairly small company. So you have revenue year to date of around $18 million, and when we then look at the growth prospects, are you going to sell more to the existing customer base, or is growth going to come from acquiring new customers? Do you need to chase down new names to deliver on your growth ambitions?
We both believe we have significant growth opportunities within the present customer base, but there is a large number of additional companies we are targeting, both OEM customers that we are able to target that and would be interesting in our products, and end user customers that we believe increasingly will be looking at smart NICs as part of their future network infrastructure. So we believe growth will be both from present customers and new customers.
Okay, and one thing that you didn't touch much upon was the competitive environment. You said that Napatech is located within the sort of high end of the smart NIC market. Can you say a little bit on how you're positioned versus competition?
Competition, as I also briefly mentioned, sometimes we are competing against other smart NIC vendors using either the same chip technology as we are, FPGA chips. Sometimes we're competing against smart NIC vendors with other chipsets on there, and in some instances, software-only solutions we are competing against when competing for direct end users. Within this segment of smart NICs built on the FPGA chip, we have market-leading competences, and this is also recognized by the two large companies producing these chips, these FPGA chips. We've been working with FPGA chips for more than 16 years, and that is something special actually in the world. So we have market-leading competences within this, but the competitive environment is quite diverse because we are competing against other chipsets, other architectures and companies with different solutions than basically we are providing.
And then you mentioned scalability because you're positioned in a growth market, going to grow quite rapidly over the next year. So thinking about scalability, are there any hindrances from delivering on that scalability? For example, are there any difficulties delivering on the hardware side? Do you have the organization to deliver on customer support? Because I reckon that your customers, given who they are quite demanding. So can you talk a little about how the organization is now positioned to deliver on that growth?
Sure. With the business model of this contract manufacturer that is quite capable of producing at larger volumes, we are capable with the cost structure we have today to deliver much larger volumes. We would need some additional resource for support, some additional sales resources, but as a total growth in the cost base would be much less than what we'd be able to facilitate on the top line level. So it's a highly scalable business model that we have. Also depending on what kind of customers we have generating the growth, a few larger OEM customers, larger design wins could generate a substantial growth basically without adding that much pressure on our support organization. So it is definitely a very scalable model that we have right now.
Good. And a final follow-up question on that topic. So you raised money earlier this year, and now given that you are a growth company going to grow, and it, as per normal, it costs money to grow. Do you expect to be fully funded going forward, or do you need additional sources of capital to fund that growth as you look at the business today?
Yeah, we believe we are fully funded. Yeah. As I also mentioned, with the model we have, growth quickly converts into cash. So of course we would have some money tied up in working capital, but that the amount of working capital is not that big. So revenue growth would basically be a cash generation right from the start, and we wouldn't need money to be able to facilitate top line growth as it is now. Should we need more money, decide to invest in things, it would be investing in future products that would go to the market in 2-3 years time. But with the products we have on the market now and in the pipeline, we are fully funded to facilitate the growth.
Very good. Thank you so much, Heine, and also thank you to you guys, and enjoy the rest of the day. All right.
Thank you.